Chapter 1608. The fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. The bloody light instantly illuminated most of the cosmos. The void and the stars were all illuminated by the scarlet multicolored light. It was as if a giant bloody sun was surging, and the scarlet light occupied half of the cosmos. A great emperor-level figure exploded, and his blood splashed across the world. The power was incomparable, and the desolate edge of the cosmos was destroyed. The star systems grew dim, and they were annihilated into nothingness. This was an unimaginable disaster, and it made all creatures in the 8 wastelands of the cosmos tremble. It was an indescribable terror, and even their souls were about to shatter. Powerful divine will fluctuations were transmitted from the life-restricted regions, capturing the true result of the battle. The next moment, the cosmos seemed to have come to a standstill, entering a deathly silence. There was no sound, and all living things were withering away. Was he dead? An emperor-level expert had fallen just like that. Was he going from the most glorious peak to the end? This was the question in everyone's mind. Suddenly, bloody light rushed into the 9 heavens. The great emperor's fluctuations shocked the world. The endless bloody light and the beautiful scarlet multicolored light all flowed in reverse, turning back in an instant to reconstruct the emperor's body. With a loud Wang Lin sound, it was as if a primal chaos ancestor god was splitting heaven and earth apart. The fluctuations of life shook the desolate world violently, and the sun, moon, and stars all swayed endlessly. The emperor battle is not over yet. The flawless emperor-level expert cannot be destroyed. Some people guessed that it might have been a deliberate self-destruction to recover. The strength of the emperor's body was boundless, and if it really exploded, the power would be too great and unimaginable. A great emperor-level figure was actually this fierce. It made people's hair stand on end. It's heaven-abandoning supreme. He was at a disadvantage, and so he withdrew from the endless star systems and fled to the desolate edge of the cosmos. He was forced to do this. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't know if the white-clothed woman was injured or not. This was the explosion of a great emperor's body, and she was using such unyielding methods just to pull back from a disadvantageous situation. The great battle continued. The power of ascension split the world, becoming even more powerful. It illuminated the cosmos in a dazzling manner. From this, everyone knew that the empress shouldn't have been too affected. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't have been so great. This was an unrivaled style. This battle caused the desolate universe to collapse, and the stars to turn into powder. It even affected some ancient lands with life. In order to replenish his blood energy, heaven-abandoning Supreme cruelly shifted the battlefield in this direction. He was cold-blooded and merciless. He turned the 2 vital stars into a land of blood and cosmic dust. However, he only had these 2 chances. Next, he was forced into the mythological era's celestial being battlefield, which was the place where the emperors once fought. It was said that in the mythological era, there were emperors. There was no light here, no life force, no complete stellar rivers. There were star fragments everywhere, as well as enormous corpses that were even larger than a star domain. The 2 of them battled, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. All sorts of terrifying and demonic things happened. This was especially true for the battlefield of the celestial being from the mythological era. It was raining blood, and there were even black lightning streaking across the sky. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as a huge number of netherworld soldiers, traversing the star domain and embarking on an expedition. No one knew where they were going. Unfortunately, nothing was enough in this emperor-level battle. All abnormal phenomena and strange scenes would be obliterated. Light erupted from the star system ruins. Bloody light rushed into the heavens again, and blood splashed across the cosmos. The battlefield of the celestial being collapsed, and a few enormous corpses exploded into ashes. Heaven-abandoning Supreme exploded again. Bloody light surged like an ocean, spreading out for who knew how many light years. It shocked the world. A true battle between great emperors truly shocked the human world. That kind of intensity was incomparable. It had never been seen in the past, and people didn't even dare to think about it. The human body actually possessed such enormous power. If this continued, the cosmos would truly be destroyed. It was an endless storm that engulfed all living things. It was unstoppable. Is he dead? Can the darkness disturbance end? However, not long after, the fluctuations of the great emperors continued, and a wave of supreme life aura surged out. The emperors once again reformed their supreme bodies and joined the battle. It was so difficult. A truly flawless great emperor with an undying body was too powerful. It was truly too difficult to kill him. In the following hour, heaven abandoning supreme exploded a total of 4 times. The last few times were all caused by the power of the ascension immortal. He was blasted into broken bones and blood, and even his primordial spirit exploded. In the end, he finally died. He couldn't resist and didn't make it through this era. That day, cheers erupted from every place. The noise reached into the heavens and resounded through the starry sea. That was the will of all life, and when they gathered together, it was magnificent. What about the Stone Emperor? Then, everyone seemed to have heard the sounds of a great battle again, but it also seemed like it was just the clamoring of the people. In the end, they only saw a large cocoon move through the sky, flying past every ancient land of life. When everything calmed down, there was no more chaos, no more great waves. The blood gradually scattered, and the darkness was expelled. Dawn appeared. A tall figure that was like a demon king appeared, crushing the heavens until it was about to collapse. There was a type of suffocating power fluctuation. He walked past star system ruins and battlefields one after another, looking at the remains. Did the Stone Emperor die? Did that woman fall asleep again after that battle? I am still alive, and I have to continue living. He had a large success tyrant body. His thick hair scattered down like a waterfall, his gaze terrifying. He walked through the star systems, searching for the blood left behind by the supreme beings, and even more so searching for the ruined half of the Void Emperor's body. There were too many things left behind in this battle, and many of them were what he needed. In the end, he also disappeared. Thus, the darkness chaos came to an end. The most terrifying bloody chaos and great calamity in history thus ended. The amount of time that passed was shockingly short, much faster than expected. However, there really were too many deaths left behind. It's over, it's finally over. The darkness of blood and tears has come to an end. The great calamity has ended, and we are still alive. Cheers sounded from every place, resounding through the heavens, celebrating the fact that they made it through the end of the world. Everyone was moved to the extreme. Being able to survive really wasn't easy. Everyone had a new lease on life. They all breathed in and out, and then they roared towards the heavens. Only now did they understand how precious life was, that being alive was better than anything else. Everyone vented everything they had, roaring with all of their strength to express their emotions. In the end, when the cheers and excitement ended, everyone gradually calmed down. A sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the air, sounds of weeping gradually sounding. Woo-woo. There were too many people who died in this chaos. Ancient lands of life became scarlet red one after another, corpses piled up one after another on the great earth, taller than mountains, wider than seas. Child, where are you? Come back to see your mother. A white-haired old woman cried her heart out, her entire body covered in blood. She sat down on the ground, her entire body ice-cold. Father, don't die, I beg you, you have to live. A weak young girl shook a body with all her might, but there was only blood flowing out of the man's mouth. His eyes were dim, and he reached out his hand powerlessly, touching her face. Then he lowered his head, and there was no more sound. Mother, don't sleep anymore. Get up, hurry and get up. A 3- or 4-year-old child cried loudly, hugging the arm of his body that had long become ice-cold, his large eyes full of tears. This was only the epitome of the tragedy of the human world. It was everywhere, not just in a single star domain, but rather spread to a large expanse of the cosmos. Bleak winds and bloody rain, gloomy clouds. The losses in this battle were too great. Many heroes' bones left their hometowns. Even though they didn't have the strength of a great emperor, They still rushed into outer space to fight, their blood scattering across the starry skies. In reality, many people didn't even get close to the battlefield before exploding, turning into blood and bones. They wanted to, but were powerless. In the end, they could only release an unyielding roar. There were many people like this. When they saw the darkness of the void, the blood of the eternal universe, and Gai Juyo's sorrow, they disregarded their own safety. Even though it was useless, they still ignited the unyielding flames of will. What a pity, we've buried too many unbearable deaths. So many deaths. The large black dog was sad, lamenting in the starry skies. He was a bit depressed and dispirited as he slowly left. The void mirror shattered, the Tai Sovereign sword snapped, the 9-li painting cracked, the West Emperor Tower was damaged, the Eternal Universe Furnace exploded. From this day onwards, almost all of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos were destroyed, leaving behind too many wounds and grief. The price paid was too great, unbearable. The battle between supreme beings affected too many star domains, and similarly caused a terrifying bloody calamity. The glory of the past seemed so pale on this day. Sobs came from the cosmos. Ji Ziyue wore a plain silk dress and carried a basket of pure white flowers. She shed tears along the way, and sparkling petals danced in the air, accompanied by a bloody mist in the ruins of the battlefield. Yi Fan, she murmured in a daze. Divine King Ji Haoyue's eyes were red. They had many people to offer sacrifices to, not only the Void Emperor, but also Yi Fan and little ancestor Jizi. All of them left. The Ji clan had all arrived, and those who survived were all crying. Find the remains, even if it's just a piece of bone or a drop of blood, Ji Haoyue said with difficulty. Ji Ziyue wiped away her tears, but they would soon fall. Her heart was in great pain. She scattered white petals and silently walked into the distance, searching along the way. Jiang Yi arrived, and his sorrowful cry shook the heavens. He led the people of the Jiang clan here to offer sacrifices, and it was full of desolation and sorrow. The white-robed divine king died in his place, pushing him away at the crucial moment, giving him hope of survival. All the great inheritances, undying imperial courts, holy lands, and powerful races came. Some were silent, and some were crying out in sorrow. Many imperial weapons were buried here, never to appear again. The people of the heavenly village also came, searching everywhere. They were going to overturn the battlefields one after another, walking through the desolate border of the cosmos, crying out in sorrow. Yi Fan, Senior Guy, Divine King Jiang, Ji, come back to life, don't die. Li Heishui's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted and searched crazily in these places. Divine Son, where are you? I believe you will definitely survive. Little Kay cried out, tears falling continuously. Master! Yi Tong let out a long roar, his face full of sorrow as tears tumbled down. Back then, it was Yi Fan who picked him up, fought a bloody battle against the Golden Crow race, and brought him away. That was how he was today. Too many people came, and all of them were sad. The battlefield was too vast, and it involved many star domains. They searched tirelessly. Void Emperor, Eternal Universe Emperor. Many races came here to offer sacrifices. They were all very sincere and full of sorrow. The darkness was in turmoil, and the end of a bloody calamity left behind too much sorrow, making people feel bitter in their hearts. Defend, Dizi. The sacred prince roared loudly, all of the golden hair on his body standing on end. He was mad with hatred. Of the two brothers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, he was the only one left. I really want to flatten those great life-restricted regions. Dong Feng Yi roared angrily. Batch after batch of people hurried over, offering sacrifices to the dead, offering emperor weapons, offering sacrifices to this battle, offering sacrifices to this world. The burial ground of blood and bones, the battlefield where life rested in peace. It was cold and bleak. Yi Tong, Flower, and Little Kay searched for an entire 100 years, hoping to obtain even a piece of Yi Fan's bone or a drop of blood. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The all-life source energy cauldron Yi Fan left behind in the heavenly village had no one to inherit it, and no one used it. In the end, it was buried in his cenotaph. Chapter 1609. This era was filled with sorrow and sorrow. 100 years had passed. Some wounds couldn't be healed even with time. Many things couldn't come back, but some scars were forever etched into one's heart. 100 years of solitude. Some people guarded alone for 100 years, quietly waiting and gazing into the distance. 100 years of pursuit. Some people walked through the starry sky, bitterly searching for the footsteps that had passed away. 100 years of pain. Some people licked their wounds and recuperated in secret. Time slipped away. 100 years had passed just like that. The dark turmoil had ended, but it had left behind indelible pain and bitterness in this era. Master, where are you? Yi Tong and the others roared. They searched the starry sky but found nothing. Their tears scattered across the starry sky. Divine Son, I know you're still alive. You'll come back. Little K left dejectedly. The wind blew down the yellow leaves. It was autumn again, and a chill assaulted them. There was a kind of austere killing intent. This late autumn was a little cold, a little chilly, and somewhat chilling. That battle had ended. All the races shed a lot of blood and tears. There were too many wounds that needed time to heal. Countless mortals had died, and too many heroes had passed away. The Void Sovereign and the Eternal Universe Sovereign were remembered by all the races. They had sacrificed too much for their own good. Gai Juyo's words were also passed down by the world. Who dares to fight me? Even now, it was still ringing in people's ears. Even though it had come to a tragic end, that kind of glory was still there. The stars vanished and the tides rose and fell. The lost could never be brought back. They were immortal in time, but they could only live on in people's memories. Too many people died in that battle. What a pity! So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Many of them didn't even leave their names behind. A spray in the long river of time, splashing out rays of light that soared into the heavens, leaving one deeply moved. All the races were paying their respects. It wasn't just GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Juyo, and the others. Tens of thousands of powerful races in the universe had sent their heroes. Some died in battle on their ancestral planets, while others rushed to the outer realms. Although they couldn't get close to the battlefield, they had fought fearlessly and perished outside the battlefield. Only the Quasi-Emperor could enter the battlefield, and without a doubt, they all died in battle. After careful calculation, there were actually more than 10 Quasi-Emperor who had died in battle, their blood splattering in the outer realms. People of this level in the cosmos were almost extinct. This was the most powerful group of people, the elites of this world, to the extent where there was even hope of achieving the Tao, yet they all died in battle just like that, falling in the most terrifying darkness chaos. They became the heroes of their clans, firmly remembered, transported by others, becoming the imprints of an era. Everyone in their clans knew about them. Those who passed away were the strongest heroes of this era. Could it be that none of them survived? People had also hoped that a miracle would appear. However, after 100 years of solitude, not a single heaven-defying hero came back. No matter how extraordinary you were when you were alive, how many heaven-warping geniuses you were, you still died in the end. I asked the world, is there reincarnation? Many powerful races were grief-stricken. They raised their clans and roared towards the heavens, hoping that the strongest heroes of their clans who had died in battle would one day reappear in this world. But could it come true? Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. There was no reincarnation in the first place, so how could there be such a thing as reincarnation? There was no afterlife. This was the common understanding of many powerful cultivators. Asking the heavens like this was merely a form of sustenance, an expression of grief and indignation. Only a small number of people were looking forward to it, hoping for a miracle to happen. The old great sage sighed lightly. Since they had already died, it was impossible for them to reappear. Even the ancient emperors were like this. They didn't use this chance to reincarnate. They didn't hope for the future and could only strive for the present. If there was one special person, it would undoubtedly be the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddhist path firmly believed that the afterlife wasn't an illusion and could be waited for. In the long river of time, there would always be two similar flowers. One would wither, the other would bloom. The most beautiful radiance would be in the future. After this day, some golden arhats, bodhisattvas, protector heavenly kings and others from the Amitabha star region moved out, searching for the fallen elites of the Buddhist path. 100 years passed, 100 years of death. Everything finally came to an end. An era had passed. Amidst the ruins of blood and bones, there was also hope for new life. A batch of young experts grew up. They had witnessed the bloodiest chaos in history. They saw supreme experts charging over like moths flying into a flame, dying in battle without any hesitation. This caused them to be greatly moved since they were young. Their wills grew stronger, and because they could sense the supreme aura wreaking havoc, they grew even stronger than the previous generations. Although many people died, this generation that had been tempered by iron and blood became even more dazzling. They grew stronger amidst the flames of war, filling up the seats of many fallen saints. During these 100 years, the world wasn't peaceful. Many things happened. The underworld appeared domineeringly, manifesting itself in the mortal world. Countless soldiers traversed the star regions, collecting the corpses of the experts who died in battle. For this, many bloody battles occurred in various places. These were the local battles after the curtains of darkness fell, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the final destination of all living things. It was unknown who spread this sentence, but it once caused panic. The soldiers passed through for 100 years, causing some mysterious ancient regions to be in chaos for 100 years. In the end, they mysteriously disappeared. Apart from this, there was a great star in the depths of the cosmos whose seal loosened. A great army set out to attack the distance. In the end, there was a bloody battle. After 100 years of subjugation, an immortal bell rang loudly. They retreated in defeat, leaving behind many corpses. During these 100 years, many destroyed homes were rebuilt. Buddhist light appeared on the western desert's broken Mount Meru. Chanting sounds could be heard from several temples. The sun, moon, and stars of Big Dipper were moved over through great magical force. Great Xia, Jiuli, Ji, and Jiang families also built their clans' lands in the ruins. It was the same everywhere. Heaven Ascension Star Region, Heaven Completion Star Region, Gochen Star Region, Fire Mulberry Star Region, all of the powerful clans were recuperating, wanting to recover in the shortest amount of time possible. After 200 years had passed since the darkness chaos, the various regions of the heavens walked out from the shadow of chaos. Their populations all recovered, scenes of prosperity appearing. The broken ancient paths in the starry skies were repaired. Many heroes stepped onto the path of trials, sharpening themselves, wishing to display their brilliance in this era. Time was the world's greatest power. Under its mediation, everything could slowly change. After another few decades passed, the clans completely flourished. There were faint signs of a golden age descending. It was hard to imagine that there was such a great calamity in the past. It really is a great era. All types of constitutions have appeared, blossoming with the most dazzling splendor. It's hard to imagine that the prophesied golden age has arrived. It actually happened after the great calamity. From destruction to cultivation, then to the appearance of life, then to flourishing, and then to extreme prosperity, this process made one sigh in admiration. In the past, there were experts of all types of constitutions. After the great calamity, many people survived. Now, there were even more divine seedlings from the ancient, archaic, and legendary eras. It could be said that 100 flowers bloomed, groups of stars resplendent. Everyone had previously believed that when the path of immortality opened, this era would enter the most powerful golden age in history. Who would have thought that it would be the most miserable calamity? The cosmos was split apart, all clans were massacred, almost heading towards destruction. Now, no one believed that a golden age would appear, believing that all of the prophecies were wrong. However, reality proved that there would always be unexpected events. The will of heaven and earth was unfathomable. The Golden Age arrived after the bloody calamity. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed, illuminating the cosmos with the most brilliant radiance. Groups of stars flickered, and all types of powerful constitutions that should have only appeared in legends coexisted in this era. It's hard to believe. 100 years ago, someone saw the undying heavenly blade traverse the cosmos, cutting apart countless stars and seizing the immortal light left behind after the path of immortality was destroyed. It was all for the sake of nourishing a stone egg. 100 years have passed, and someone has seen that shocking blade radiance again. It seems like that creature has been born for many years. Is this true? Someone has also seen the chaotic body. Yin is about to become unrivaled under the heavens. Is the light-shaking realm going to become a king? The entire world was discussing this. Resplendent divine stars rose up one after another, illuminating the cosmos and tearing apart the heavens of this era. They released the most dazzling radiance. Sonorous war songs rang out one after another. Stunning figures drew the attention of tens of thousands of people, and all clans sighed in admiration. Another few decades passed, and the 300 years arrived. This world was gradually moving towards the peak of prosperity. This was a great era rarely seen since 10,000 years ago. Even though the supreme experts of all clans had fallen in that battle back then, they had long since made up for it. A few bloodlines that had only appeared in the legendary era had now appeared, shocking the human world. Their radiance was everlasting, and the entire world was paying attention to them. This was a glorious era. This was an incomparable golden age, and the people of this era were fortunate enough to witness its arrival. The ice-cold cosmos, the battlefield of the past. After so many years, one group of people left, and another group of people came to search for traces of the past. Some people came to pay their respects and offer sacrifices to their ancestors, but even more people came to search for fragments of emperor weapons. Those were unmatched immortal materials, and as long as a small piece was refined into one's own weapon, one's power would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, after so many years had passed and so many emperor weapons had shattered, not many had been found. They were still buried in the boundless starry domains. Where did so many immortal materials go? That's not just one or two great weapons. Practically all the imperial weapons in the world have been destroyed. How could there be so little left? It must have been taken away by someone with ulterior motives, and no one knows about it. Everyone was unwilling. Even though they had these thoughts, they didn't give up on their search. After all, the cosmos was too large, and no one could say for sure which regions the great battle of the past affected. Perhaps those emperor blood, weapons, and ruined corpses were still floating about, in some unknown corner. If they were found, then it would be a shocking treasury. The darkness chaos had passed for too long. Gradually, the number of people who came to offer sacrifices to the Void Emperor, Eternal Space Emperor, and Gai Juyo became fewer and fewer. Most of them came for treasures and emperor blood. The emperor battles ended, the blood calamity left. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on the stunning figures that rose up one after another. Yin Tianda, Yao Guang, and other names shook the starry skies one after another, flickering with radiance, drawing the attention of the world. Meanwhile, in the desolate border of the cosmos, blood and bones floated about. There was no light, no warmth, only darkness and coldness. The weapons that accompanied them had long shattered, covered in blood. This was the proof of those who risked their lives and fought against supreme beings. Chapter 1610. Nebulae curled about, primal chaos pervading the air. This was an ancient region that no one knew about. Since the ancient times until now, it was difficult for the outside world to enter. Only at the right time, at the right place, could special people tear through the void and reach this place. If one wanted to withdraw, it would be extremely difficult. This place was isolated from the outside world. Apart from this, one would have to wait for a special golden era. Perhaps a few people would fight their way in, carrying out the most powerful struggle since the ancient times, illuminating this place with undying and resplendent light. After passing through the layers of mist, they entered the boundless stellar river. This place was vast and boundless, groups of stars shining brilliantly. There was a great star here that was full of vitality. Looking down from the sky, one could see a blue sea and verdant great earth. It was full of a savage aura. Thump, thump. In the mountain region, a tyrant dragon was running. Its scarlet scales were shining, full of a bloody aura. It was unknown just how many creatures it had slaughtered before. There was even a vermilion bird that tore apart the sky, moving through the air. It was bright red, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. A long cry sounded, making the boundless mountain region tremble. Kacha! Not far out, a mountain peak collapsed. Magma surged within, creating a scarlet-red expanse. It rushed out like a flood. There was a little beast covered in golden fur there. It released a loud cry, and then countless beast roars sounded from all directions. This was a prehistoric scene. All types of desolate beasts and barbaric birds moved about, all of them rarely seen species. There were many races that lived on this star, all of them innately powerful. Even though they were isolated from the great cosmos and couldn't pass through the mist, they still knew how to cultivate and were all extremely powerful. This star was extremely large, not inferior to Big Dipper and other places. The region was vast, but many regions were the territories of barbaric birds and desolate beasts. Other intelligent creatures normally wouldn't recklessly barge in, or else they would become food. Here, there were limits to where the races resided. There were some creatures that were just too powerful, and that was why some races could only rely on collective strength to survive. As for the human race, no matter where they went, they would display stunning performances. They were still at the top. On this star, there was a rather vast region that belonged to them. As long as they didn't challenge the bloodlines of the most powerful races from the legendary era, surviving wasn't an issue. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in the human race's region, as well as quite a few desolate mountains and unruly rivers. Looking down from the sky, there were cities that covered the boundless earth one after another. There were some regions that were connected, while others were separated by 100,000 great mountains. Clang! The sound of a bell shook the world. It was a strange bell that rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. It spread throughout the human race's territory, reaching every inch of land. Everyone could hear it. What happened? Many people raised their heads in shock and gazed in the direction of the sound wave. They were bewildered as they didn't know how many years it had been since the sound wave had surged through the world. However, as long as there was a sound, there would definitely be a shocking event. Who can tell me what kind of changes are going to happen? Why are the bell sounds shaking the heavens? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the farmers in the fields or the cultivators in the mountains, they were all stupefied. Their hearts were nervous, worried for the unpredictable future. Has Qiongqi come, or has chaos really come out? Please don't. Many people were worried. In the Great Wastelands, there were some strange races with extremely powerful bloodlines. Even the strongest human experts might not be able to deal with them. No, it has nothing to do with those races. It's news from the outside world. It was clear that someone had received the news ahead of time. Clang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. All other sounds between heaven and earth disappeared, and everything became quiet. An emotionless sound wave transmitted over, resounding by everyone's ears. The Ascension Immortal battlefield is about to open again. Everyone, do not enter the Ascension Immortal stage to avoid attracting a great disaster. When this emotionless voice sounded, it immediately triggered an uproar. The news was just too shocking, and everyone couldn't help but look towards a certain region. In that direction was the Immortal Stage region, also known as the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were too many secrets and riddles. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many heroes had shed their blood there. Finally, another golden era has arrived in the outside world. There are going to be more people entering the Ascension Immortal stage. We will be connected to the outside world for a period of time. Those people are about to come again. Many people revealed worried expressions. Those people that came were too powerful. It was clearly recorded in the ancient texts that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful individuals in this world, and their numbers were far greater. Don't worry, As long as we don't enter the Ascension Immortal battlefield, there won't be any accidents. We absolutely cannot take advantage of them, or else there will be a great disaster. An old cultivator said. As for the farmers, pawns, and others, they quickly calmed down. These things were too far away from them, to the extent where they didn't even have anything to do with it, so they didn't have to worry about anything. As for a few sects, they were all discussing countermeasures. This was a reincarnation cycle, and the outside world was now in a resplendent golden era. It was worth them going out to explore. In the ancient times, there were people who used this time to pass through the destructive mist region to gain experience in the outside world. When they returned, they were already individuals at the very peak. Of course, very few people came back. 99% of the heroes had all gone missing. The immortal stage has already shown, turning into a battlefield. There will be many inconceivable changes. One's cultivation will be cut, cultivation will be severed. It is the most dangerous place, and we absolutely cannot enter. That day, many sects' elders were strictly warning their disciples. They hoped that they would know their place, that they absolutely could not go out to explore out of curiosity and lose their lives for nothing. That night, great rain poured down. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, chilly winds howled angrily. It was as if all types of demons and ghosts were moving out, making the late-night torrential rain seem extremely terrifying. In the heavens, a body fell down. It was struck by lightning and roasted by thunder and fire, but it wasn't destroyed. Its body wasn't damaged, only a bit more scorched black. He fell along with the torrential rain, directly smashing into an extremely tall stone mountain below. The anticipated scene of his body being smashed into pieces and blood splattering everywhere didn't appear. He smashed through the stone peak, tumbling down, and then landed on another small mountain. Only after tumbling many times did he stop. At the foot of the mountain, there were several tens of families. A youth was startled awake by the lightning at night. Just now, when he saw the blazing lightning streak through the sky through the window, a body fell from the dark clouds, leaving him stupefied. "Grandpa, someone fell from the heavens, smashing into Oxhead Peak. The main peak was shattered." After the youth recovered from his shock, he shouted for his grandfather who shared life and death with him. He pointed outside the window, his body trembling slightly. "Don't bother with it. If there really is a demon or ghost, it isn't something we can deal with." After the elders sat up, a strand of radiance shot out from his turbid old eyes, warning the youth. However, that wasn't a demon or ghost. "I clearly saw that it was a person." The teenager said. He really wanted to take a look. "You aren't allowed to go. It is late at night, and demons can also turn into humans." The elders stopped him. When the sky brightened, the torrential rain stopped. The mist in the forest was quite great. The youth left the house, directly running towards the short mountain. The elder followed behind, fearing that something unexpected would happen to the youth. The mountainous region was extremely slippery, muddy water everywhere. However, their movements weren't slow, quickly arriving at the top of the mountain. A young man laid there, not moving at all. Half of his body was submerged in a puddle. He had been soaked in the rain for an entire night. What was strange was that there was actually a green lotus in the puddle. Wisps of mist curled about it, taking root in the muddy water, accompanying the man's side. Heavens, his body didn't rot. He smashed into Oxhead Peak, but it actually didn't shatter. The youth cried out in alarm. When he raised his head, he saw that the peak of Oxhead Mountain was cracked, a large piece falling off. What kind of physique did this person have? This is not a simple person. He is 10,000 times stronger than demons and ghosts. The elder's eyes revealed a wisp of light, his face a bit worried. He is still alive. It was because the youth heard a powerful heartbeat. His ears were extremely sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary people. When the teenager was about to squat down to take a closer look, he was suddenly startled. He quickly retreated, because he discovered that the man's eyes were always open, and he hadn't fainted. The elder hurriedly explained, "We didn't mean to offend you. My grandson is kind-hearted and wanted to save you. Since you are fine, we will take our leave." He pulled his grandson up, about to leave, but the man didn't have any reaction. Even though his eyes were open, they lacked spirit, as if he was living in his own world. From start to finish, his eyes never blinked. "Grandpa, his condition isn't right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been submerged in the muddy water for half the night. Let's carry him home," the youth said. The elder frowned. He looked at Oxhead Peak and then looked at the person on the ground. He was quite hesitant, but the youth had already made his move. He directly lifted the man on the ground and was about to carry him on his back. The elder sighed upon seeing this and walked over to help. At this time, the young man who hadn't moved all this time pulled up the green lotus with only 3 leaves. The roots weren't tainted by a single drop of muddy water. Apart from this, he didn't make any other movements. He allowed the youth to carry him on his back, but his eyes still lacked luster. "I didn't die." In the young man's mind, there was endless blood, scenes of many great emperor weapons shattering, scenes of ancient supreme beings bathing the universe in blood, and scenes of him fighting with all his strength to splash the starry sky. He didn't know the result of the chaos in the darkness. At that time, he was already exhausted. He fought until his body was crushed and his blood spilled in the desolate border of the cosmos. He was already exhausted. Regardless of whether the world remembered him or forgot him, dying in battle in the outer realms was his final destination. "I never thought I would still be alive." Many fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. Little Nan Nan was lying amidst his blood and bones, crying loudly. Many sparkling and translucent tears rolled down and sprinkled on his body. "Don't cry." His lips moved slightly. Unknowingly, tears slid down his face. The Void Emperor was dead, GZ was dead, Gaijio was dead, Jiang Taishu was dead. This made his heart ache. The world would remember them, right? Such a hero would never be able to return. A flourishing age would be built on the ruins of blood and bones. Regardless of whether the people of the world remembered them or gradually forgot them, those heroes of the past would never return. They would never be seen again. There was no luster in his eyes. They were dim. He had woken up for many years, drifting through the cosmos. He had seen shattered emperor weapons accompanied by blood and bones. He had also seen ruined bodies. He had vaguely caught a glimpse of them, but he was powerless to find them. That might be the last time he saw them in his life. Chapter 1611. Yi Fan was still alive, but he was exhausted and didn't want to move. Not only his body, but even his mind was exhausted. This battle was too tragic for him, especially when he saw the mutilated bodies and blood of GZ and Jiang Taishu. It made him sad. He drifted for many years but couldn't move. The battle that day created ruins of blood and bones. The great emperors passed away, heroes fell, and blood rained down. Yi Fan fought in the battlefield of the universe and played a great role in that battle. He helped the 2 great emperors and launched 2 critical attacks. It was also because of this that the master of samsara and the light and darkness supremes fell. Relatively speaking, he was like an ant. He fought with his life at the critical moment and paid a great price. The cauldron of ascension shattered, and he himself was covered in blood in the outer realm. Not only that, but the Dao Evolution celestial robe also exploded into pieces. They were stained with his blood and were extremely dazzling at that moment. The reason he could survive was because the god in the Dao Evolution celestial robe protected a sliver of his spiritual consciousness from being extinguished. It used dozens of pieces to block the world-shaking destructive bloody light. The 2 great perfection saint physiques turned into a bloody paste with bone fragments flying in all directions. Of course, his body couldn't be preserved and was mixed with the bloody paste. But the 2 bodies were like the divine robe, blocking too much of the killing calamity and destructive power for him. They came from the same source and shared the same body. The bloody paste of the great perfection saint physique protected a drop of true blood from being extinguished. It was absorbed into the bloody paste and didn't lose its life to the supreme murderous intent. Little Nan Nan rushed over and cried among the bloody paste and the golden fragments of the Dao catastrophe. Her tears fell like rain and she was extremely sad. Those tears were like the elixir of immortality, protecting his last unerasable mark. But at that time, he didn't have the ability to open his mouth. His entire body sank into the boundless darkness. Perhaps that was death. He stepped into that realm. He didn't know what happened after the great emperor battle. The fragments of the great perfection celestial robe, accompanied by blood and broken bones, flew into the distance. They floated in the cold darkness and were separated from the outside world. It was unknown just how many years he spent in loneliness. A strand of imperishable divine consciousness was mixed with a drop of true blood, protected and preserved, passing his days in the darkness. Perhaps it was decades, perhaps it was centuries. In the darkness, he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He was drowsy. Later on, he heard a passage of scripture that reverberated within a strand of undying divine sense. It was deafening, and it gradually brought him back to life. It was the ancient scripture recorded in the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons that made him indestructible. Later on, he gained true consciousness. At that time, the secret character of swordsman was operating. It was reborn with a drop of blood, nourishing and rebuilding his body. Meanwhile, it was also at that time that he discovered a green lotus accompanying him. It scattered down a bit of light, unexpectedly containing his bloodline essence. It participated in his body's recovery, his true body gradually growing. At the same time, under the guidance of the immortal scripture in the ancient bronze coffin, the restoration of the swordsman formula, and the nourishment of the cyan lotus, his divine sense slowly grew stronger. Several decades ago, he had a true body. That was his own flesh and blood, sturdy and imperishable. Even if it collided with a meteorite, it wouldn't be destroyed. However, that was all. He didn't have the fluctuations of natural laws, didn't have divine Tao order. It was as if he was cast from divine gold, sturdy and unbreakable. However, he couldn't operate the secret techniques of the past. He fought a supreme being bloodily, the battle incomparably bitter. Great Tao fragments couldn't be seen anymore. During those years, he couldn't even budge an inch. Perhaps there were magical Tao fragments hidden in his flesh, but he couldn't use them. He could only travel alone, drifting about in the darkness of the desolate edge of the cosmos. During this time, he seemed to have seen half a void mirror, accompanied by a ruined body. Was that the void, or was it GZ, or was it Yellow Emperor? He wanted to roar out, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to move. He watched as they disappeared into the distance, buried in the coldness. Similarly, he also saw the blood and bones of Hengyu Great Emperor and Jiang Taishu, as well as many emperor artifact fragments soaked in blood. It made him feel great sorrow, yet he was powerless to do anything. Only in recent years could he move again, but he still couldn't fly on his own. His body's condition wasn't that great. Later on, he entered a state of slumber, only waking up after falling on this great star. After so many years passed, he didn't know what the outside world was like. He didn't know where his old friends were, to the extent where he didn't even know the result of the darkness chaos. Now, normally he would still feel heart-tearing bone-splitting pain. His primordial spirit felt as if it was being cut apart by blade after blade, his bones as if they were crushed by great Tao fragments, about to turn into fine powder. This was the result of the battle against the ancient supreme beings. Even though he survived, it was extremely miserable. He was dizzy, body and mind weary, even more so feeling a type of heartache. Did GZ die just like that? Could it be that the white-clothed divine king couldn't appear anymore? There was also Gai Juyo, who dared fight against him in that life. Even now, his mind was still shaken. Many people had already left, even their final parting only passing by in the ice-cold cosmos. He couldn't collect their blood and bones for them. I'm home, this is my home. The young man's name was Bai Yi, a very strange and ordinary name. He was cheerful and optimistic. He was only 14 years old this year, but his strength truly surpassed that of an adult's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry Yi Fan back to the village from the mountainous region as if he was flying. This was a very ordinary stone-tiled house, located at the easternmost position of the village, next to a fish pond. The furniture inside the house was very old, a few years old, but it was very tidy. Bai Ye's eyes were clear. He passed over a dry towel for Yi Fan to wipe his face, and then he carried over a pile of clean and soft bedding for him to rest. Yi Fan silently received it, wiped off the mud, and changed into a set of half-new clothes. He sat there in a daze. His head still hurt. When he tried his best to circulate his divine sense to recover, it would always be like this. The ancient Supreme Being's imperial Tao caused him great harm. Even though his true body wasn't destroyed, there was still a huge problem. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been turned into ashes. He was only able to survive because of a combination of various factors. After so many years, Yi Fan really wanted to travel the world and soar into the sky again, but he couldn't control his body. He faintly felt that there should be a powerful force in his flesh that was always circulating, but he couldn't use it. Ah, why is it growing on the brick bed? At this moment, young Baiyi cried out in surprise. The green lotus had actually taken root on the brick bed and was growing. It only had 3 leaves and didn't have a thick root system, yet it had such a powerful life force in a place without water. It left everyone stupefied and in disbelief. Old Bai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he held it back. Yi Fan pulled it up and walked to the pond in front of the house. He put it in and the result was the same. In an instant, it took root and was planted in the water. Faintly discernible wisps of white mist filled the air. You can rest here and recuperate. Young Baiyi revealed a sunny smile. Thank you all, Yi Fan said. Although his divine sense felt as if it was cut by a blade, he still captured their divine wills in a short period of time and understood the language of this star. Perhaps, this was also the hope and signal that he could recover. No need to thank me. The young man scratched his head. There was a simple and unadorned expression in the sunlight. At this time, the old man brought over a bowl of hot soup for Yi Fan to drink. Even though he knew that his background might be astonishing, he still brought over the food and water of these mortals. Has the darkness turmoil ended? Yi Fan collected his thoughts and asked. This was currently the question he was most concerned about. In the battle of the past, many heroes had paid too much, but the result left people in despair. At this time, even his voice was trembling. That was a bloody battle where he, Ji, Jiang Taishu, and the others tried their best to change the cruel reality. The Void Emperor, Gai Juyo, many people died. What exactly happened? It was terrifying. What turmoil? Are you talking about the appearance of Xianxia and the destruction of the primal chaos? They didn't appear, said the young man. I'm talking about whether or not this star experienced a blood disaster, whether or not an ancient supreme being descended. Yi Fan asked. It was because he could already tell that the old man was a cultivator. Meanwhile, even though the young man didn't understand magical techniques, his physique was extremely powerful, not an ordinary person either. He should understand the matters of the cultivation world. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other in dismay, revealing a doubtful expression. They shook their heads together, expressing that they didn't know what he was talking about. You are someone from the outside world? Only after a moment had passed did the old man ask with some hesitation. Yi Fan stared blankly. Soon after, he understood what kind of place this was. It was actually isolated from the great cosmos, blocked by primal chaos mist. This was a strange star domain. The darkness turmoil you are talking about, could it be that you are referring to the Ascension Immortal battlefield? Don't worry, as long as they don't actively participate in the battle, normally speaking, the people inside won't come out. Blood disasters are rarely seen, said the young man White Knight. Ascension Immortal battlefield? This name easily made one produce many associations. Yi Fan's dim eyes released an astonishing radiance. Look, it's over there. We live right next to it. White Knight pointed into the distance. That was a dusky expanse of land, and at the end of it was the Ascension Immortal battlefield. Many powerful people will come here to compete, and they all originate from the outside world. After Yi Fan understood these things, he softly said to himself. He didn't rest and directly walked out. Hey, have you recovered? That place is extremely dangerous, cutting off one's cultivation and cultivation. It's incomparably mysterious, White Knight cried out. I just want to climb the mountain and take a look. Yi Fan said. There were no problems with his movements, but he couldn't fly. His own magical Tao fragments were restricted in his flesh. White Knight followed him down. He was worried, so he followed him up a mountain peak and looked towards the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were many specks of light at the end of the dusky earth, as if a divine land was reviving. Our star is called the First Calamity Planet, and that region is boundless, much larger than even human habitats. It occupies a quarter of this star's territory. The First Calamity Planet was a very strange name. Yi Fan listened and silently calculated in his heart. This was a continent that was even more vast than the Eastern Wasteland. It was truly a vast battlefield. He could faintly feel a mysterious wave spreading out from there. In the battlefield, talismans were condensed one after another and imprinted into the mountains and rivers. Look, the Ascension Immortal battlefield is reviving. It will endure terrifying hunts, battles, and encirclement battles. It is said that every time a golden era arrives in the outside world, people will come to our Ascension Immortal battlefield to fight. Every one of them is an unparalleled expert, the young White Knight said excitedly. Is that so? Are we going to see so many old friends so soon? Yi Fan said softly. His magical Dao fragments were not visible, and his eyes lacked luster, but they were even more profound. Chapter 1612. At the limits of the dusky land, not only were there many specks of light, there were also some beautiful mountain peaks not far away. There were palaces and pavilions on them, with phoenixes flying about. Those are some immortal gates. Sadly, I didn't have the chance to enter. It's not suitable for cultivation. Young White Knight spoke with regret. Yi Fan had long seen that the old man was a cultivator, but this young man didn't step on that path. It was just that his muscles and bones were tempered to be exceptionally strong. You're not suitable? Yes, my cultivation speed is too slow. I can't absorb the essence of heaven and earth into my body. The young man spoke in a low voice, feeling a little disappointed. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. There was naturally a need to choose one out of 10,000. It was impossible for everyone to have talent and be suitable for this path. He had long seen that the young man's physique was extremely strong. He could become a world-shocking expert among mortals. However, it was difficult for him to absorb spiritual energy into his body and accept the baptism. He was unable to take the next step on the Tao. In life, there are many things that you shouldn't care too much about. Let your heart be at peace and contentment, always maintaining a worry-free state. Yi Fan consoled. Young White Knight nodded and didn't say anything. However, he truly desired to become a cultivator in his heart. How could Yi Fan not understand his feelings? However, he didn't say anything more and walked down the mountain. He was unexpectedly calm after arriving here. He had once fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being and should have died, yet he was still alive. He didn't feel any great emotions of joy or sorrow. His head still hurt. His primordial spirit was split apart as if there was a nameless aura slicing at his immortal foundation. It even sealed his Tao fragments within his flesh and blood. In the following days, Yi Fan was very quiet. He strolled around the village and the fields, breathing in the clear mountain air. He would often sink into contemplation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change his state. He couldn't use any techniques. However, his body's agility and strength were recovering at a shocking speed. After floating in the cold universe for so many years, it was hard for him to move at all. It was only in recent years that he was able to move. Now that he had fallen to the ground, he intentionally moved his arms and legs, breathing in and out. He finally felt that his body completely belonged to him. In the following half a month, Yi Fan would face the morning sun, swallow the clouds and expel the impurities. He would start from the most basic foundation building, hoping to change the current situation. Every time this happened, the young Baiyi would run over and imitate him because he knew that Yi Fan was definitely a powerful cultivator. Otherwise, how could he collapse Oxhead Peak after falling from the sky? In the past few days, the villagers had been discussing that a snake spirit had appeared in the stone mountain and that God had smashed the peak of the mountain, killing the snake spirit. Only White Knight and the old man knew that it had actually been smashed by a single person. Half a month passed. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took a stroll in the fields and punched. In the morning and at night, he breathed in and out, swallowing the clouds and qi. He wanted to recover. His physical body was as strong as a dragon, and he moved as fast as lightning. He could shatter the void with his bare hands. That kind of explosive power was shocking. One had to understand that his Dao fragment had been sealed, and he only had his physical body left. He couldn't use any Dao laws or secret techniques. The young Bai Yi had only seen him once from afar, and he was already shocked. He was dumbstruck and simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had heard Yi Fan say that he was only using the power of his physical body. Just his physical body alone was already this terrifying. Killing wild dragons and desolate beasts was definitely not a problem. Yi Fan tempered his muscles and bones. He was as fast as lightning. With a leap, he rushed from the village to the mountain peak. He was like a demonic god on a journey, shocking the old man so much that his heart was pounding intensely. He really didn't use any secret techniques or Dao techniques. The old man felt his fine hairs stand on end. Just how powerful was this person for his physical body to be this terrifying? This was definitely something he had never seen before. Just by using this kind of physical body and not using any natural laws, it was enough to kill powerful demons. This was definitely an extraordinary person, leaving the old man shaken. I can't cultivate. Can you teach me the method to temper the physical body? The young Bai Yi gathered his courage and asked Yi Fan for guidance. His eyes were filled with hope and desire, as well as a bit of apprehension, fearing that he would be rejected. I can. Yi Fan gave a simple reply. When he stretched out his muscles and bones, he didn't hide it at all. These were the basic movements of some of the most powerful combat skills, and he let him watch. Several days later, Yi Fan stopped the tempering of his muscles and bones. This was already meaningless to him. His physical strength had already reached great heights, and he only lacked the fragments of natural laws. In the remaining time, he only walked about as if he was measuring this land. He would walk for most of the day in this region, and when he had free time, he would give pointers to Bai Yi. Yi Fan sighed softly. There was still no effect. The pain of his heart being torn apart and his primordial spirit not apparent, so he couldn't rush into the heavens. It was still the same as before without any improvement. Later on, he didn't insist on thinking so hard. He would either fish by the pond or walk into the fields to help some villagers plant seedlings. He would even hunt some wild game. That day, Yi Fan set out to take a look at the flying immortal battlefield. Bai Yi was shocked and hurriedly stopped him, saying that that place was extremely special and that it was best if he didn't take the risk. However, Yi Fan had already made up his mind, so he couldn't stop him. In the end, he followed him and walked towards the dusky limits of the great earth. At the limits of the horizon, the rain of light was still flying. The ancient battlefield's changes were still ongoing, and the nearby beautiful mountain peaks were already empty. The cultivators from a few small immortal sects had already withdrawn, fearing that they would be affected by the terrifying great battle that was about to happen. Two little babies, you two are quite daring. Why did you come here? It's quite dangerous. Could it be that you also want to enter the flying immortal battlefield to search for treasures and encounter immortal opportunities? A bearded man shouted from the front. There were more than 10 cultivators there. Their cultivations weren't weak. At the very least, they were much stronger than those from the immortal sects that fled. They were led by the curly bearded man. Little fella, you haven't even stepped into the cultivation world yet you are too daring. Hurry and go home, don't come here to be mischievous. A young woman laughed softly. Even though she seemed to be teasing him, it was actually a kind reminder. We only came to take a look. Bai Yi argued. Then follow behind us. Don't run around randomly, just watch from the outside and gain some experience. The bearded man spoke heroically. On his back was a large sword, appearing quite bold and powerful. Thank you, uncle. There were old and young people in this group, all of them loose cultivators. They carefully arrived outside the flying immortal battlefield, and they all revealed serious expressions as they stared at the world inside. Up ahead, a rain of light scattered down, as if fireworks were blossoming one after another. When large amounts of light streaked past, they were like shooting stars that moved through the sky, extremely brilliant. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This place was truly mysterious. This world was vast and boundless, and talismans flickered between the mountains and rivers from time to time. It was as if ancient immortal caves were about to open one after another. Those exceptional experts should be appearing soon. I really don't know how the battle will end up in this world. An old granny said. Those people are indeed terrifying. After leaving this battlefield and recovering their original cultivation, they can pluck the sun and capture the moon with the rays of their hand, exploding stars. Their divine might is matchless, sigh. The bearded man sighed. That type of power was world-shocking, something only the most powerful individuals in this world could possess. Yi Fan discovered that it wasn't just their group of people. There were people coming from the neighboring regions as well. Some came in groups and some moved alone, carrying out a lookout. In addition, he discovered that there were people who entered, walking into the depths of the vast battlefield. Even though it was called a battlefield, the scenery of the mountains and rivers was extremely beautiful. There were ancient trees and great waterfalls. The only difference from the outside world was that the rain of light was scattering down, turning into talismans that were faintly discernible. They want to find ancient treasures and encounter immortal opportunities. The bearded man explained. The great battle hadn't started yet, so a few people would enter the battlefield to observe those talismans and comprehend the Tao. If their luck was good, they might even find divine objects from the mountains and rivers engraved in the talismans. It had always been like this since ancient times. Every time this time came, there would be people who would enter. Of course, they would face great risks, because after entering their cultivation would be erased, and after coming out, they would need several months or even several years to recover. During this period of time, anything could happen. Dying inside was one thing, but after coming out, they might be intercepted and robbed. Those who had already lost their cultivation naturally wouldn't have a good ending, and as such, normal cultivators wouldn't take the risk. As for ordinary people, most of them couldn't endure the overly powerful domain inside, and their bodies would quickly weaken and die. Hoping for them to find divine objects and bring them out was simply impossible. This was especially the case when the great battle inside started. Those exceptional experts would cruelly kill all those they didn't recognize, and the cultivators who entered to search for opportunities would be in a miserable state. That type of bloody scene was like a nightmare. Auho! A dragon roar shook the world, and even the rain of light in the Ascension Immortal battlefield became chaotic. An enormous azure dragon swooped down from the distant sky. It was tens of thousands of zhang in length, and it was truly world-shocking. This made even Yi Fan's expression change. This was actually a great sage. That type of draconic might made many cultivators tremble. In the end, it entered the Ascension Immortal battlefield. The moment it entered, its entire body shone, and its body shrunk several times. In addition, it couldn't fly anymore, and could only leap. Its cultivation was erased from the various mountain peaks. That's the Azure Dragon Great Sovereign. Many people cried out in alarm. That Azure Dragon was an outstanding and famous expert of this world. Its fame spread far and wide, and it oversaw a region. Is it also going to try its luck with immortal opportunities? Yi Fan asked. No, it's going to participate in the battle. It wants to use its strength to seize immortal opportunities, Big Beard said. Some of the people in this world who were powerful enough would choose to enter the battlefield and fight against the experts from outside this region. They would engage in great battles and seize their magical artifacts and inheritances. This old dragon's physical body is unrivaled, and its body is so enormous. Compared to other races, a single crush would be enough to collapse mountains and split the earth, crushing one's bones and flesh. If it enters, it will naturally be extremely powerful. The great sage-level Azure Dragon innately held an advantage, and it had nothing to fear. That was why it dared to enter. Of course, it didn't want to sweep through everything. After it obtained what it needed, it would definitely withdraw immediately, and there would definitely be people outside to receive it. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang, shaking up the human race's vast habitat. Meanwhile, the region bordering the Ascension Immortal battlefield could naturally hear it clearly. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time. This place has truly become the most terrifying battlefield. The divine bell has already sounded, which means that some people from the outside world have already arrived. The bell is warning everyone that the mysterious confrontation, the hunt, and the encirclement have begun. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. Then 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes. It was because he saw several dozen enormous pillars of light descend from the sky, connecting the heavens and earth like gods. Those were golden pillars that supported the heavens. Every single one of them was thick and majestic, and they blocked the 9 heavens. That was the descent of experts one after another. Yi Fan's eyes swirled about. He sensed a familiar aura from within. That astonishing fluctuation spread outwards. Those people's cultivation hadn't been severed yet. Chapter 16:13. Those light pillars were all as thick as mountains. They rushed into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 underworlds. The radiance was resplendent and the aura was boundless. It was as if deities had descended one after another to suppress the mortal world. They're here, they're finally here. On the dusky earth, many people cried out in alarm. There were quite a few people who hurried over from outside the battlefield. At this time, everyone couldn't help but take steps back. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. Those auras were too powerful. For many people, those experts were like the reincarnations of true deities. These are deities from beyond the heavens. Every single one of them has the strength to look down on the world. I truly don't know how they cultivated to this level, and even more so why they would come to the flying immortal battlefield to engage in a great decisive battle every once in a while. This was the question many people had. The golden age outside made them shocked. The brilliance of the matchless figures was too dazzling. Races stood in great numbers, and there were many experts. The light in Yi Fan's eyes was extinguished and became dim again. He stood outside the flying immortal battlefield and silently watched without saying anything. The young Baiye's eyes were extremely bright and full of desire. He stared at those light pillars with incomparable hope. He looked forward to the day when he could also become such a powerful person. The bearded man and the others were all shocked, but soon after, they shook their heads. Those people were too far away from them, and it was a bit unreal. Those enormous light pillars were mostly located in different regions, and they were all quite far from each other. At this time, they slowly dimmed, and the radiance gradually restrained. Their cultivation has been severed, and their cultivation has been erased. Those people are being suppressed. Only now did everyone release a breath of relief. Those people were truly too powerful. Every single one of them was like a deity. It was suffocating, as if they were deities that descended into the mortal world. Vaguely, there was still a faint aura of the great Tao pervading the air. It wasn't truly severed, and in the end, it was restrained by itself. There are some people who never lost their cultivation. This made everyone feel horrified. Just how powerful were they? Even the flying immortal battlefield lost its effect? There was actually this kind of result. It made everyone feel apprehensive. An old cultivator revealed a strange expression, but he wasn't too shocked. He said, "There have always been some people who had secret artifacts or special opportunities on them. They would always be able to retain a bit of their cultivation and not lose all of their magical power. Moreover, these people would take the initiative to give up the ability to use Tao techniques in the end. They wouldn't use their trump cards unless it was a moment of life and death, as if they were deliberately tempering themselves. This was a battlefield. After coming here, people from different factions and regions would do their best to kill other peerless experts. It was as if there was a terrifying competition. All of the light pillars had disappeared. No one knew what was happening in the depths of the flying immortal battlefield. After all, this region was too vast, surpassing the eastern wasteland that Yi Fan had seen in the past. There was only a rain of light scattering down, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Boom! Suddenly, several hundred li out, rubble flew through the air. Dazzling radiance shone as several dozen enormous pillars of light descended. 2 of them were too close, and before they stabilized, there were already people who took action, carrying out fatal attacks, directly starting a battle. The 2 streaks of light collided together. Magical Tao fragments flew everywhere. Their cultivation hadn't been severed yet, so when they carried out such a world-shocking attack, the mountains and valleys were naturally shaken. Even the great earth outside the battlefield was trembling. Enormous cracks extended outwards one after another, reaching several zhang in width. It was extremely terrifying. Many mountain peaks rumbled, and stone mountains collapsed. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. That type of great explosion left many people terrified. Everyone couldn't help but back up. A sorrowful roar sounded. It was unknown which race's expert it was. His enormous body moved through the air like a fire phoenix. His entire body was covered in raging flames, but it was covered in scarlet scales. His tens of thousands zhang body exploded with a honglong sound. Large amounts of blood scattered outwards, directly exploding at the edge of the battlefield. That type of fluctuation overflowed into the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. A few people cried out miserably. They were unfortunately drenched in the rain of blood, pierced through on the spot. Then, the great Dao fragments contained within the scarlet blood even more so erased their life force. It was a matchless expert after all. A peak great sage was killed just like that. Too terrifying. Outside the battlefield, everyone's faces became pale, losing color. Just how powerful was that person? In such a short great battle, an exceptional expert like a fire phoenix exploded. It was truly shocking. Everyone backed up, all of them choosing to stay far away. Even though they were standing outside the flying immortal battlefield, it still wasn't safe. The people inside were too powerful, every single one of them as powerful as deities. Their blood stirred the heavens. Auho! In another region, 300 li away, there were similarly two supreme experts who encountered each other. A humanoid creature took a step out of the pillar of light. His entire body was covered in mist, directly passing through another enormous pillar of light. There was an enormous lion there that seemed to be cast from gold, even taller than a mountain. The two clashed, and a bitter battle ensued. Pooh! In the end, the humanoid creature was torn apart. That enormous golden lion swallowed him in a single gulp. Blood splashed in all directions, piercing through the void. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was that person? Just how powerful was that person? The blood rain contained natural law fragments that pierced through the void. He was definitely extremely powerful, yet he ended up becoming food for another. The radiance receded. That enormous lion that was as large as a mountain landed on the ground, disappearing from the heavens. It was clear that its cultivation had been severed. Just like that, pillars of light shot into the heavens from time to time. They were brilliant and dazzling, as if they were pillars of heaven and earth that had existed since time immemorial. Exceptionally powerful fluctuations spread outwards. In just an hour, people had already discovered the arrival of hundreds of extraterrestrial, true gods. During this period of time, some of their light pillars encountered each other and a bloody battle ensued. At least 5 or 6 true gods had fallen. Outside the ascendant immortal battlefield, it was deathly silent. Many people were petrified. These deities were too powerful, even more terrifying than they had imagined. They still hadn't discovered a single expert below the great sage realm. No one could say for sure how many enormous beams of light had descended. This was because they could only see this region, and it was only within the range of the heavenly eyes range. The ascendant immortal battlefield was too vast. Even though the light pillars reached into the heavens and could shake a territory, it was impossible to see everything from too far away. This is only a corner. Just how many people are there? Could it be that there are thousands, or even tens of thousands of such powerful figures? Or even more? Many people's mouths and tongues were dry. Then, they felt a chill run down their spines. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Just how did so many experts cultivate? Each and every one of them had blood energy as vast as the ocean. They weren't old fogies that were on the verge of death. Finally, the ascendant immortal battlefield gradually calmed down. There were no more light pillars descending, and there were no more powerful fluctuations of laws spreading out. However, it made people feel even more reverent. A rain of light sprinkled down, and a kind of auspicious aura appeared within the ascendant immortal battlefield. The earth that had just been shaken up slowly healed, and became flat again. The ascendant immortal battlefield was actually like this. It was as if it had a life of its own and could repair itself. This made people feel a wave of astonishment. A clamor sounded from afar. Someone was collecting some blood rain from the ground. That was the precious blood of the deities from the outer realms. Regardless of whether it was used to refine medicine or to extract fragments of laws to refine weapons, it would be extremely useful. Without a doubt, after entering the battlefield, just the exploded body of the great sage was a supreme treasure for many people. Some people were tempted when they saw the blood rain so close to them. In the end, someone entered the battlefield. Of course, there would definitely be relatives and friends outside to receive them. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they went out. In the following 2 days, terrifying fluctuations were transmitted from the ascendant immortal battlefield from time to time. There were people confronting each other and carrying out life and death battles. There was once a battle that affected the periphery. Many people saw a humanoid creature uproot a mountain with his bare hands and suppress a great sage-level tyrannical dragon. Unfortunately, he failed and was torn apart. Blood splashed everywhere. In this battlefield, there were some races that occupied an absolute advantage. Their bodies were innately powerful and incomparably powerful. Even heroes that were not weaker than them in the outside world had to retreat. They were not their opponents. The struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path first places importance on one's physique. Every single emperor's physique is the most powerful in the same era. They are imperishable even after tens of thousands of years. They are even more powerful than imperial weapons, Yi Fan said to himself. In the following days, Yi Fan would come here to watch every day. The young man by Yi would also follow. His heart was stirred. Even though it was difficult to see the most terrifying battle between deities in the distant outside world, he was still overwhelmed with emotions. Yi Fan did not enter. Even though he had sensed a somewhat familiar aura, it was not the people he wanted to see. He did not set foot inside. On the 5th day, a river of stars descended from the sky. A hazy figure appeared several hundred li away. A huge pillar of light pierced through the heavens. Another group of people appeared. There was a great Dao precious vase floating above that person's head. It was incomparably terrifying and directly absorbed his own pillar of light. That place became a terrifying black hole. Yaoguang lineage. Someone cried out in alarm. In that region, unfortunately, 7 or 8 huge beams of light directly appeared. Someone recognized the most special pillar of light. There was even one person who was close to that black hole. The result was very tragic. That person exploded, and all of the blood and broken bones were devoured by the black hole. It made people's hair stand on end. After that, the other pillars of light dimmed, and no more bloody battles occurred. Only a cold voice transmitted over, causing the surrounding 10,000 li to tremble lightly. If you can't display the heaven-devouring demonic art, you are nothing but prey here. The last of the great Dao fragments dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to peace. Yi Fan's expression was without ripples. He still had no intention of entering the battlefield. He silently watched everything that had just happened and revealed an expression of contemplation. During these few days, the flying celestial battlefield was filled with bloody battles. Many experts from the outer realms arrived. Almost half of the people were killed in the first moments. Some of them even fought to the outside of the battlefield. This place also attracted even more people. Even though the elders of the great cultivation sects had repeatedly warned their disciples not to come here, many people, including themselves, still came. The temptation was too great. Boom! On this day, in the depths of the flying celestial battlefield, endless divine light burst forth. There, a huge divine gate appeared. It was faintly discernible. People could see a majestic heavenly pass. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around it. The people outside the battlefield were stunned. What kind of place was that? Why did it look so similar to the southern sky city gate of the ancient heaven in the legends? Almost at the same time, A few more divine gates appeared in various parts of the flying celestial battlefield. Through the gates, they could still see the majestic ancient heavenly pass. The flying celestial battle. How can the people of this era be so powerful? They have connected the two realms so quickly. They can freely travel between the outer realms and this battlefield. How terrifying! This was the most important battlefield. Some divine gates could be built on some divine mountains that were engraved with ancient seals. Some of the mountains even had ancient caves left behind. Countless people had died here. Every golden era, there would always be powerful figures who would hurry over, fighting a great decisive battle here. There were too many inheritances, divine materials, and other things left behind. They were all sealed, only appearing when the battlefield opened again. This place had a special meaning for the deities from the outer realms. They could train their emperor bodies, obtain inheritances, forge weapons, and prolong their lives. In addition, there was a mysterious connection between emperors and emperors. It was related to the flying celestial realm. As one divine gate after another was built, the flying celestial battlefield was divided into many spheres of influence. They were occupied by some of the most powerful figures. Chapter 16:14. During these past few days, a few roars sounded from the battlefield from time to time. Even though many people had their cultivation erased, greatly suppressed, their voices still possessed terrifying penetrative force. Yi Fan vaguely heard the names of Tai Chu, Yao Guang, Zhang Byron, Golden Cicada, Yin Tianda, and others. It was as if someone was roaring out, shouting something. Soon afterwards, he heard a few more voices. Once my master appears, who dares to contend against him? There was someone who still had magical force left. His voice shook out, rumbling through the mountains. Meanwhile, there were more than 10 figures guarding that gate of light. That place became their divine land, outsiders not allowed to enter. Isn't he fighting alone? There is also a camp, followers appearing? Yi Fan said softly. Now, he was already sure that his suspicions weren't wrong. This was the only true path, an exceptional battlefield for the struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path. Meanwhile, he actually entered ahead of time. There was no need for the past impregnable past crystal monument to summon him, he was already waiting ahead. When he thought about how the star was known as the first calamity star, this might very well be the #1 imperial pass, a place everyone had to fight over. A great sage came out. Someone cried out in alarm. That was an old Daoist who belonged to this star. He had previously entered to seize immortal opportunities, and he really did open up an ancient cave, but in the end he was almost killed by someone. His entire body was covered in blood, barely escaping alive. Daoist Songyu, it is rumored that his original body is a barbarian bird with phoenix blood flowing through it. After refining his flesh and turning into a human, he became even more powerful. I never expected his injuries to be this severe. Everyone was shocked. A group of experts walked up, protecting him to prevent others from attacking him. It was because after coming out from the battlefield, one's cultivation wouldn't recover for several months or even years. The fiend race old Daoist left under everyone's protection, his face dark. Before leaving, he revealed quite a bit of information that left everyone stupefied. This world was different from the past. There were too many people who came, exceeding the past. Daoist Songyu reckoned that there were at least 10 times as many as in the past. This number left many people speechless. Moreover, the people of this world were extremely powerful, every one of them heaven-defying. He saw a few creatures from an unknown race, but they were unstoppable. They could easily tear apart the great sage with their flesh alone. In the depths of the battlefield, it was extremely cruel. A rain of blood splattered everywhere. It was simply a tragic scene of hell on earth. Some of the talismans on the ancient mountains have great uses, they might be the greatest immortal opportunity. Every mountain peak that was branded with an ancient seal might indicate an immortal fate, or it might be sealed with an ancient tablet that recorded an ancient inheritance, or it might even be an imperial orthodoxy. The main reason was because there were just too many people who came in the past, and there was no lack of imperial princes and imperial Dao inheritors. After they died, some of their great Dao fragments turned into talismans, leaving behind some imprints. Apart from this, there were strange immortal things that grew here. There were blood crystals and divine marrow underground, rumored to be produced after unmatched figures died, nourished by the veins of the earth, containing great Dao fragments that could extend one's lifespan, even more so increase one's comprehension and perception towards natural laws. As for divine gold, it wasn't like there wasn't any. How could those who could come here be ordinary? Countless experts had died since the ancient times, their weapons broken or exploding. All of the items they left behind were sealed here. You absolutely cannot touch those gates of light, or else you will be met with a great disaster. This was Daoist Song Yu's final warning before leaving. The gates of light carried a type of power. Once it was opened, it would only recognize the mark of the one who opened it. Anyone who wanted to pass through had to obtain their permission, or else they would be obliterated. That was unless one could shatter it with explosive power. Meanwhile, at this time, the changes to the gates of light were still continuing. The mountain peak there was rising explosively. The gates of light were located at the summit, and a few pavilions appeared. Then, streak after streak of light mist appeared, protecting that place. One could vaguely see that the imposing heavenly pass behind the gates of light provided a type of energy, protecting those regions. An unshakable fortress. Within a few days, several dozen sects appeared in the flying immortal battlefield, each immortal gate a type of inheritance. They were all under the protection of the gates of light, making it difficult for outsiders to break in. Yi Fan already recognized the heavenly pass behind the immortal gate. It was the only true impregnable pass he had seen before, but back then he only saw a grand city gate tower. Now, it completely appeared. It was clear that those who left their names on the crystal walls all entered the impregnable pass, descending from there to fight here. The immortal gates were something only the most powerful heroes could possess. Every single gate belonged to a single person, only with their agreement could they pass through. Now, through the gates of light, Imperial Pass turned that place into fortresses that were difficult to break through one after another. Is this to allow people from different factions to fight here for a long time, and also to survive and operate? This is simply one sect after another, while those regions are pure lands. After understanding a bit, Yi Fan felt more and more like the flying immortal battlefield was extremely cruel. Soon afterwards, the local expert who entered before, Azure Dragon, also came out. Even though his entire body was dripping with blood, his benefits were tremendous. He successfully killed 2 people, and after a short period of rest, he still had to go in. There are actually the insights of ancient emperors and great emperors inside, as well as their life experiences. If one obtains them, not to mention achieving the Tao along their paths, becoming a quasi-emperor is definitely not an issue. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion, making everyone understand why there were people who insisted on constructing the gates of light. Those experts looked like they were going to stay here for a long time, because there were unmatched treasures buried here. This was a struggle for supremacy in the emperor's path. There were some powerful figures who would have more than 10 followers at their side, perhaps even several dozen followers, all of them competitors they subdued along the way. It was all because some people were too powerful, those people unable to see the slightest bit of hope, willingly following them. Now, after just a few days, there were already unmatched heroes who had more than 10 followers, or even more. The more one understands, the more one will feel reverence. Even though this place has exceptional immortal opportunities, it is not fated with us. The bearded man said with a sigh. During these past few days, their group of people remained unmoved, reporting every day, watching from the sidelines. Bai Yi also always stood together with them, his blood surging every day, wishing to obtain that type of power. He was full of desire as he stared forward. Look, there is a talisman on that short mountain up ahead. It is so close. Unfortunately, we don't dare enter. The bearded man said honestly. Yi Fan had already watched for many days, his expression calm, not making any movements. However, at this time, he took a step forward, actually about to step into the ascending immortal battlefield. Hey, where are you going? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Bai Yi called out, hurrying over, blocking his path. "It's fine, I'm just going to take a stroll," Yi Fan said. "But your body, even though you were powerful in the past, you can't even fly now." He believed that Yi Fan's injuries were very serious. Yi Fan shook his head, not saying anything more, taking large strides into the ascending immortal battlefield, not stopping even half a step. Behind him, the bearded man and the others all widened their eyes, not daring to believe everything. For many days, they had always thought that Yi Fan was an ordinary person, never expecting this sickly youth to be so daring, directly entering the battlefield. After the deities descended, the people outside were no longer willing to step in, unless they were the great sage, or else they would only be hunted down. "Heavens, he's rushing towards the talisman on that short mountain," a young girl beside the bearded man said in shock. After Yi Fan climbed up the mountain, he touched the talisman with his hand, but unfortunately he did not get any reaction. There was no special manifestation. He did not hesitate, simple and direct, smashing the talisman with a palm strike, smashing the ancient talisman into pieces, causing the entire earth to tremble. Rubble pierced through the air, the peak of the short mountain was flattened by him, huge rocks rolling down, turning this place into a mess. Behind him, the group of people were tongue-tied, shocked to the point that their eyes were wide open, all of them shocked, as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing. That was the ancient talisman of the ascending immortal battlefield. He actually directly obliterated it. This was too savage. Even those great sages might not be able to achieve this with pure physical strength, right? They still remembered that other people used their hearts to comprehend, seriously studying. But this person was so direct, simple and violent, smashing everything with a single force. "Too savage," a young man said. "Yes, too savage," the bearded man echoed. The group of people were already stupefied, instinctively muttering to themselves. After Yi Fan's palm cut off the mountain peak and obliterated the ancient talisman, a weapon that belonged to an absolute great sage was revealed. It was stained with blood, and even now, it had not dried up. He picked up this simple and crude blade, discovering that the deity inside was already dead, but there was a type of cryptic profound meaning, a passage of scripture, extremely profound. He silently comprehended it for a while, and then he turned around and walked out of the battlefield, flinging off the bloodstains on the ancient blade, tossing it out, throwing it to the bearded man and the others. "This is for us?" They were stupefied again. Who was this person? This was an immortal opportunity, yet he gave it to them just like that, not caring about it at all. After the bearded man and the others picked it up, they were incomparably excited, looking left and right, discovering that there was no one else, because the others had already rushed into the distance. There was a great battle over there, right at the edge of the battlefield. Boom, boom. Suddenly, enormous footsteps sounded from another direction. The great earth continuously trembled, and an enormous silver creature rushed over. It was unknown what race it was, but it was shaped like a fierce tiger, its entire body covered in silver scales, and on its head was a brilliant single horn. Yi Fan smashed the ancient talisman, previously making light rush into the heavens here, startling an expert. He directly slaughtered his way over, not saying anything, immediately fighting a decisive battle. The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path had to defeat everyone in this region, and in the end, one had to step on the corpses of all experts to stand at the absolute peak. The silver-scaled tiger was in the great sage realm, its body stained with blood, clearly killing more than one person. It was because its body was too powerful, possessing a great innate advantage here. However, the result of this battle was unexpected. Yi Fan saw it smash over with its silver horn that could tear apart the great sage's body, but he didn't move in the slightest, only smashing down at the last moment. Gotcha! That great saint horn was broken. One has to understand that this was a divine horn that was even more powerful than a great saint artifact, rarely seen in this world. It was hard to find more than a few in this world, yet it was broken so easily, leaving everyone stupefied. Auho! The divine tiger roared, and an expanse of immortal light gushed out from its mouth. Its cultivation wasn't completely destroyed, and instead, it launched a fatal attack, wishing to slaughter Yi Fan. Unfortunately, the result of this battle left it in despair, and the dozen or so people watching from outside the battlefield were horrified. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. His methods were overly clumsy, but they were extremely destructive. The immortal light was scattered by a single fist. Pooh! The silver-scaled tiger suffered a series of heavy blows. It flew out horizontally, directly exploding, and a rain of blood scattered everywhere. In the back, Bai Yi, the bearded man, and the dozen or so others were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that it wouldn't be a problem to stuff half a fist in. Yi Fan took out a divine bead from the silver tiger's body and handed it to Bai Yi. It was difficult for the youth to guide the world's spiritual essence into his body, so he couldn't step onto the path of cultivation. In that case, he could directly cultivate with this tiger divine bead, and he definitely wouldn't lack spiritual essence. Of course, he would have to throw it away after a few months, because this divine bead had temporarily lost the great sage's vitality. After a few months, it might recover, and at that time, it would be a disaster for the youth. Who is that person? He's a true deity. The bearded man and the others only came back to their senses and cried out in alarm when Yi Fan's figure was about to disappear from the battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that the terrifying divine tiger's corpse was still in front of them, they would simply be in a dream. Before Yi Fan left, he only said one sentence, asking them to help take care of Bai Yi. This made the few of them excited and moved. A youth who was even more ferocious than a deity, entrusted them with such a task was an honor for them, and it was also an opportunity. Deity, no, deity among deities, we will definitely do as you say and watch the battle from here. We look forward to you sweeping across the fairy battlefield. The bearded man and the others shouted. Although Yi Fan had lost his magical power and the great Dao fragments were sealed in his flesh, he still possessed extreme speed. His physical body was too strong, and this heaven and earth seemed to be unable to contain it. He turned into a bolt of lightning, moving close to the ground. Very soon he saw a huge mountain, and there was a divine gate glowing there. And on the nearby mountain range, temples appeared one after another, grand and solemn. This was a Buddhist temple. A young monk sat cross-legged in the light gate, shrouded in divine light. He was like an immortal Buddha, standing above the mortal world. His white monk robe fluttered, and there was a kind of detachment in the light, untainted by dust. Golden Cicada, an extremely powerful figure. Yi Fan didn't ascend the mountain, instead stopping here for a moment before leaving. On the mountain peak, in front of the divine temple, there was a woman who saw his rear figure. Her expression was greatly shaken, saying to herself, I seem to have seen someone who shouldn't have appeared in this world. She was precisely enlightened feeling, the most powerful expert of Western Desert Buddhist sect's younger generation, someone who had previously stood side by side with North Emperor Tang. At that time, her reputation and strength far exceeded Yi Fan's. She encountered Golden Cicada in the starry sky ancient path, and then became one of his followers. Inside the Gate of Light, Golden Cicada opened his eyes. He was stabilizing the Gate of Light, borrowing the Imperial Pass power behind the Gate of Light to produce many temples and mountain gates. Enlightened feeling shook his head and said, I saw wrongly, it definitely isn't him. 300 years ago, he died under the hands of an ancient supreme being. Even if an immortal came, he wouldn't be able to be saved. Yi Fan moved through the fairy battlefield, passing through many places. During this time, 2 more battles happened, but none of them could stop his advance. There was another divine peak with a gate of light on it, producing a Daoist temple. There was a Daoist seated there, as if he was overlooking the common people. There were more than 10 followers around him. Daoist 9 Tribulations, an extremely powerful figure. Right now, he was looking at a youngster who claimed to be a disciple of the Alcade sect. His eyes were deep, not showing any fluctuations. In the end, the Alcade sect's experts left the mountain. Both sides wouldn't fight intensely for a short period of time. There were too many experts, and the most powerful didn't wish for a decisive battle to happen too early. It was because this wasn't the only place. There were too many opportunities in that Imperial Pass that needed to be fought over. During this period of time, guarding the gate of light and stabilizing the passage between the two realms was the most important. In the future, regardless of whether it was coming here to fight for life and death, or going to Imperial Pass to fight over scriptures, inheritances, and other resources, they all had to use this passage that connected the two realms. Why are you exactly the same as that person from the past? You? Who are you? When the Alcade sect's disciples left Daoist 9 Tribulations Mountain Gate, they saw Yi Fan along the way. They were immediately stupefied. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention, continuing to advance according to his original route. This expert released a short shout saying, "Halt!" He chased after him, cutting off his path. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was still alive. The human race's divine body had fought a bloody battle against an imperial Dao supreme being back then, dying in the darkness chaos back then. How could he still be alive? What's the point of pretending to be a dead person? Who exactly are you? He shouted loudly. I am the dead person you spoke of. Not even the Alcade sect dares to act so impudently towards me. Yi Fan said calmly. He took a step forward and released a palm imprint, sending this person full of hostility flying. Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 1615. You? Are you really Yi Fan? The expert was lying in a pool of blood. His body was almost rotting. He tried to get up several times but failed. His face was full of shock and fear. This was a person who should not have appeared. How could he appear in this world? If news of this got out, it would shake the heavens and shake the entire starry sky. In the past, everyone knew that the human race's divine physique had fought against a supreme being. In the end, his blood was scattered in outer space and he never returned. No one believed that he could still be alive. Everyone knew that he had died in battle. It's just a name. What's there to fake? Yi Fan's face was indifferent. Although his eyes were dim, there was a kind of unswerving determination that made people feel as if they were looking at the vast ocean. The young expert from the Yaoguang school shuddered and felt as if his soul was trembling. Back then, he had not faced Yi Fan, but he had seen his statue. That kind of charm had been preserved. Now, he was sure that the person in front of him was not lying and that they were the same person. The ground trembled. The smell of mud and grass rushed into his nose. He saw Yi Fan walk over step by step. His strong and slender body was as heavy as a mountain. As he approached, he felt like he was suffocating and unable to breathe. Senior. The moment the young man spoke, he changed the way he addressed him. The fear in his eyes disappeared. I didn't think that Senior was still alive. I think many people want to hear this news. Perhaps. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. There was neither joy nor worry. There are also people who don't want to hear this news. How could that be? Senior, you fought against a supreme being and fought in outer space. You should be respected by everyone. As long as you appear, there will be a huge commotion. Countless people will come to worship you, said the young expert from the Yaoguang school. Yi Fan did not deny it. How did the dark upheaval come to an end? He began to ask about the past. This was what he was most concerned about. I was suppressed by a female empress. Suddenly, the young expert's body shone and quickly dimmed. It was a powerful magical power fluctuation. He had a secret item on him that allowed him to preserve part of his cultivation. His body burst with shocking divine power. After all, he was a great sage-level expert, so he could naturally tear the sky apart. However, he wasn't going to attack Yi Fan because he had already experienced Yi Fan's Celestial the Archfist. It was a supreme battle technique that had defeated an entire generation of heroes. Now that he had personally experienced it, he was sure that Yi Fan was invincible. At this moment, he wanted to escape and send back the terrifying news that the human tribe's sacred physique was still alive. He wanted his sect to make a decision and launch a big operation. However, even though he temporarily possessed qi and his qi shot through the clouds, he couldn't change anything. Yi Fan took a step forward. There was no light on his body, no energy ripples. His foot landed just like that, shattering the halo of light and causing a huge explosion. Boom! Yi Fan's foot stepped out, directly shattering the sky, blasting him out. He couldn't escape. Meanwhile, when his most powerful magical artifact attacked forward, about to fight to the death. Blood splashed everywhere. He felt his vision go dark, and then he forever lost his senses. It was because a foot crushed him into a bloody paste, forever losing his life. It was that simple. From beginning to end, Yi Fan didn't have any expression. He didn't even look down. He walked into the depths of the battlefield, leaving behind only a steady and tenacious silhouette. In the ascendant battlefield, a rain of light scattered like sparkling flowers. It was as if someone was ascending to become an immortal. It was brilliant and beautiful. Yi Fan was like a lone wolf, walking silently. Back then, he had fought with ancient supreme beings and fought to the death. Naturally, his body was contaminated with a terrifying aura. When he was calmly alone, this aura was naturally released. Even though there were no divine force fluctuations, it still made one's heart palpitate. It was as if 100 beasts were facing a desolate beast king. They couldn't help but want to take a detour and avoid him. Even though Yi Fan lost the magical Dao fragment, he still didn't feel any fear. He walked forward coldly and alone, not fearing that anyone would come looking for trouble. Many years had passed. He hoped to meet his old friends here, longing to reunite with them. However, this region was too vast, even more vast than the eastern wastelands of the past. Now, he couldn't travel through the void, so he could only slowly search. A blood crow swooped down from the sky, silent. Only when it got close did it reveal its sinister sharp claws, tearing towards Yi Fan's head. The enormous bird body was several dozen zhang long. Blood energy erupted from its body. Clouds immediately pressed down, crazy winds stirred about. It was as if there were endless resentful spirits wailing. This was a great sage-level blood crow, one that made its way through the path of blood and bone. Its muscles and bones were naturally powerful. Its blood-colored feathers released kung-chang noises, casting large shadows on the ground. Yi Fan sidestepped, a single step crossing several dozen zhang, avoiding this attack. He coldly turned around, staring at the blood crow, not showing the slightest bit of expression. At this moment, all of the blood crow's feathers stood on end. It felt like it was now the prey, locked onto by someone. It released its final attack, its claws shattering the sky, leaving this place in ruins. Then, it flapped its wings, about to rush into the sky. However, a figure was too fast, leaping up, even more ferocious than when it swooped down. That person's hands reached out, making it impossible for it to evade. It was directly grabbed. The blood crow released a long cry, shaking up the mountains. The inauspicious sound of death possessed a terrifying penetrative force, making a few mountain peaks crack apart. It wanted to break free from this terrifying human. Between its sharp claws, bloody light erupted, enough to make the peak-level great sage nurse a grievance, explode and die. However, that human didn't move in the slightest, instead firmly grabbing its claws. Moreover, his hands were exerting force, making it feel as if its bones were breaking, blood splashing out, and there was an irresistible power surging upwards, actually about to hack it in half. This type of power was too terrifying, directly extending, shaking upwards. That person grabbed its legs, about to hack it alive, so powerful that it was terrified. Don't. The blood crow had cultivated for 500 to 600 years, moving unhindered through several star domains, rarely encountering an opponent. When had it ever felt this kind of death threat? This was the first time it felt such fear. This human looked extremely ordinary, but within that slender body that wasn't that large actually hid such a volcanic, ocean-like power. Grabbing it was actually like carrying a little chick. Bang! Yi Fan loosened his grip, but his arm grabbed onto one of its blood wings, flipped onto its back, and sat on its back. He was calm and composed, not moving at all like a boulder. The blood crow was furious. It was a great sage, powerful and conceited, or else it wouldn't have the qualifications to kill its way here. It never thought that it would be treated like this. There was boundless killing intent in its heart. After so many years, who dared to sit on its back? It wanted nothing more than to immediately flap its wings, use incomparable power to tear this person apart, and devour him on the spot. However, reason made it calm down. Even though it was angry to the point where all the feathers on its body were trembling, It forcefully restrained itself. Northwest, Yifan said. The blood crow was furious. This person actually treated it like a mount. Moreover, that kind of tone was so calm, without the slightest ripple, making it feel even more furious. It directly rushed into the heavens, all of its feathers standing on end, as if it was going to burn. There was a type of terrifying power fluctuation on the surface of its body, all of its muscles and bones moving rhythmically. It could definitely destroy the Great Sage artifact. However, this person was extremely powerful, completely difficult to move. No matter how violent it was, a single palm from the other party already blasted it until its entire body cracked apart, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, this person was incomparably cold, as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. From start to finish, his brows didn't even furrow in the slightest. This type of feeling was extremely bad, making it feel as if it was facing an ancient supreme being and not an opponent of equal level. Meanwhile, the other party's temperament was also like this. The other party didn't show any fluctuations at all, directly sending another palm down, making it almost explode in the sky. Then he still only spat out 4 words, Northwest. The blood crow was terrified, involuntarily trembling. It knew that if it displayed any more hostility, wanted to kill the other party, it would immediately be smashed apart by this person's coldness, turning into a blast of bloody mist. For some reason, it felt as if it was facing an unmatched demon lord, its body actually betraying its heart. It couldn't help but start to convulse, feeling endless fear. You? Who exactly are you? It really wanted to know this person's identity. It had heard about almost all of the people who fought their way up to the First Imperial Pass, yet it didn't know that there was such a terrifying person. Yi Fan. The young man on its back calmly replied, sitting on its body like a boulder, unmovable. The blood crow's body trembled, all of its feathers standing on end, even its voice trembling as it said, "Which? Yi Fan?" "The one you are thinking of." The young man on its back calmly said. "What? You are the human race's holy body, you survived." At this moment, the blood crow's entire body was shaking, even its bones about to break apart, releasing jibang noises. It didn't dare believe everything, inwardly full of shock. It finally knew why this person was so calm and unperturbed. Even when facing a great sage-level divine bird like itself, he still treated it like this. It was actually this person, someone who fought against ancient supreme beings, so he naturally would be like this. That was the aura of someone who fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, like the king of 10,000 beasts in the forest, appearing on this battlefield. Even though his strength wasn't number 1, that type of experience and bravery was still something no one could compare to. Since it was this person, there was no need for any other reason, everything was enough. He indeed had this type of aura that could overlook all others, all because he was Yi Fan. He survived still in this world. When it spoke up to hear, the blood crow couldn't continue. This information was too shocking, simply toppling everything. If news of this got out, it would make the entire battlefield tremble. Northwest. Yi Fan still said this. Good. Immediately afterwards, the blood crow flapped its wings, flying through the sky like a streak of blood-colored lightning, overlooking the mountains and rivers, taking in everything. It knew that Yi Fan was looking for old friends, which was why it headed toward some regions where pillars of light had previously appeared, tearing apart the peace of one region after another. On the boundless great earth, on every mountain peak, terrifying figures stood one after another, their eyes turning into beams of light, piercing through the clouds, staring at the blood crow that moved through the sky. Who is that person? He is sitting on a great sage-level vicious bird. Why does his rear figure seem a bit familiar? Why do I feel a type of trembling feeling? We are separated by tens of thousands of li in the sky, yet it is like this. That person gives me a feeling of déjà vu. Is it him? How is that possible? He fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being, long buried in that most terrifying darkness turmoil, shouldn't appear in this world anymore. Inconceivable, in a daze I saw the most terrifying enemy return. Is it really him? He has returned to this world again. Is it that person who was previously unmatched in his generation? This isn't real. He was buried together with an ancient supreme being in the cosmos, blood dyeing the starry sky red. How could he appear again? At this moment, the flying immortal battlefield was shaken, as if a hurricane swept through the earth, shaking up the mountains and rivers. The others didn't feel anything, but the most powerful group of people in the past all felt a type of terrifying vigilance, looking towards the sky at the same time. Chapter 16:16. Great winds blew past the ancient battlefield. The enormous body of the blood crow carried Yi Fan into the distance, raising heaven-overflowing waves. The hearts of the powerful sensed it, and they all stood on the mountain peaks, gazing into the sky. On the back of the blood crow, the figure was not very clear, and could even be said to be very indistinct. He was like a boulder, giving people a feeling of unshakable toughness. It was like a meteorite smashing into the vast ocean. Great waves engulfed the boundless heaven and earth. A portion of the supreme experts in the flying immortal battlefield saw it, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Many people were shocked, and at the same time, somewhat doubtful. Was it really that person? No one could be sure. 150 years ago, a man that looked exactly the same as the white-robed divine king had appeared. He had caused a great disturbance, but it was later proven to be false and that he had ulterior motives. I feel that this time, it is definitely true. There is no reason, just a feeling that this battlefield is going to have a world-shocking disturbance. Even the ancient supreme beings were buried in the starry sky. How did he survive? I believe that some people will not be able to sit still. This is truly a great accident. The blood crow traversed the vast sky, causing the regions it passed through to become noisy. No one could remain calm, and many materialized gazes shot towards the sky. Some were shocked and some were excited. Everyone had different reactions. There were enemies and enemies who clenched their teeth, and a haze appeared in their hearts. The human race's divine physique suddenly appeared like a great mountain, immediately pressuring many people to the point of suffocation. They felt that this was definitely a peak that would be difficult to pass in the struggle for supremacy on the imperial road. There were also some who were joyful and even moved to tears. In the past, the dark chaos engulfed the world, and the merits of the human race's divine physique could not be erased. Even if some people with ulterior motives covered up some of his glory, they still could not hide the truth. Yi Fan shed his last drop of blood and was buried in the eternal void, never to return. Many experts of the later generations were influenced by him. They had never seen Yi Fan before, but they had heard of his legends. They were deeply moved, and now that they heard people whispering that he might have appeared alive, they were naturally shocked and moved. That person, to them, was a living miracle and monumental monument. Great winds rose, and the ancient battlefield was not calm at all. Did I cause trouble for you? The blood crow hesitated. Its words were filled with respect, as well as a bit of self-blame. It flew through the air without the slightest bit of concealment, so some of the most powerful people must have seen Yi Fan's true body. Nothing, Yi Fan said. There was no joy, no worry. He gazed at the magnificent mountains and rivers below, looking at the boundless territory without any expression. The blood crow had naturally heard of Yi Fan's past deeds. Although it was a member of the demon race and a ferocious beast that had always been conceited and didn't respect the laws of the world, it still felt a sense of respect when it found out about Yi Fan's identity. Back then, the difference between the human race's holy physique and supreme beings was too great, but he was like a moth flying into a flame. He used his blood and bones to demonstrate his fearlessness and unyieldingness. He fought against the green copper cauldron with his holy physique, causing the blood of a supreme being to splash the starry skies. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At that time, the number of great sage in the cosmos wasn't small, but how many could be like Yi Fan, daring to pay such a price, splashing the heavens and earth with his blood? He killed a supreme being with the will to die, and yet he didn't shrink back. This required a type of boldness. The blood crow's feathers stood up, and waves of blood energy appeared, blocking the line of sight of everyone below. It was afraid that more and more terrifying experts would target Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained silent. Seeing the blood crow like this, he didn't say much and let it go. The blood crow came from a very distant ancient star region that was too far away from the human race's ancient road. Even though it had heard of Yi Fan's deeds for so many years, it didn't know about his old friends. This was because the cosmos was too big. Even if one was a hegemon of a region or even ruled over several star regions, it wasn't necessarily known by people further away. The reason why Yi Fan was known was because of the bloody battle 300 years ago. Let me think about it. There's a man called Pangbo. I believe he's related to you. He's the illustrious great sage of my monster race. He once killed millions of miles in a fit of rage. He caused a great commotion more than 100 years ago, all for the sake of killing those who discredited you. In the end, the blood crow only mentioned Pangbo after thinking about it, but it wasn't detailed. This was because the two places were too far apart, so it had only heard of him. How is he? Yi Fan was worried. He didn't suffer a loss. He was swift and powerful, slaughtering his way until a region flowed with rivers of blood. He didn't just destroy one orthodoxy. The blood crow sighed. They headed northwest. Behind them, intense fluctuations were transmitted from a few gates of light. Quite a few powerful figures received reports, all of them revealing serious expressions. Even though the news wasn't confirmed, making people suspicious, it was worth being vigilant. Someone who had fought a bloody battle with a supreme being survived. Just how terrifying was that? Forget about everything else, just the experience of that battle was enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life, leaving many experts speechless. It was precisely this kind of person, if he really came back alive, he would definitely block many people's paths. He would be like a demonic mountain, blocking their way, impossible to climb over. Those who could come here weren't weak. Soon after, they thought of a problem. Why didn't Yi Fan appear for 300 years? He definitely paid an unimaginable price, surviving with great difficulty. Perhaps he wasn't as terrifying as they imagined, and this was most likely the truth. Several days passed. The gates of light stabilized, linking up the two realms, freeing many heroes with astonishing backgrounds who reigned supreme. They didn't need to personally guard the gates of light. In those regions, camps appeared one after another, mountain gates established, inheritances different. It was equivalent to dozens to over 100 great sects taking root here, officially establishing themselves here. On a mountain peak, the gates of light were stable, already taking form, no longer needing to be suppressed or protected. The palaces here were grand and imposing, as if they were grand heavenly palaces. One of the main palaces should have been dazzling with gold and jade, but right now, it was an expanse of darkness, as if it was an immeasurably deep black hole. One could vaguely see a great Dao precious vase rising and falling at the highest point of the palace. It was precisely this vase that devoured all light, making this place enter darkness. Meanwhile, that precious vase's surface was covered in symbols, simple and boundless, as if it carried a world, not as simple as a single artifact. This wasn't a magical artifact, but a great Dao symbol formed after someone cultivated to the extreme. Now, it turned into this shape, truly taking form here. It was just that condensed, as if it was the most terrifying tangible Dao artifact. Below the great Dao precious vase sat a person. He was extremely terrifying, actually not having his cultivation severed in this world, able to form great Dao true symbols, turning into a black precious vase. It was clear that this person's cultivation reached the pinnacle of a certain domain, or else he definitely wouldn't have this type of terrifying display. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if two streaks of lightning tore through the void. In the radiance, one could instantly make out the outline of his appearance that couldn't be considered clear. His black hair scattered down, extremely thick. His appearance was extremely outstanding, horns outstanding. One could tell with a single look that this was an extraordinary individual, exceeding those of his generation. Is it really him? His voice was without fluctuations, extremely calm. It shouldn't be a lie. Those who fought against him before all had intense emotional fluctuations, and their abnormal reactions were captured by others. There were other people in the Great Hall, but the male under the great Dao precious vase was the most powerful. How strong is he? He shouldn't have broken through that shackle. It has nothing to do with Quasi-Emperor. Another person replied. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, coming to this conclusion through the battle traces Yi Fan left behind. Senior brother, should we immediately report this to Master? The male below the great Dao precious vase sat in the darkness, his gaze intimidating. When he heard this, he said coldly, Master will have a bitter battle in Imperial Pass behind the Gate of Light, wishing to seize those immortal scriptures and secret pieces. Divine Sovereign Yin Tianda, Zhang Byron, and the others, which one of them is easy to deal with? He won't be able to spare any time soon. This was precisely the place where the Yaoguang bloodline descended. The male in the lead was the most powerful disciple under the Yaoguang bloodline, Mo Wenin. It was rumored that his cultivation was close to the Yaoguang bloodline. Golden Cicada, 9 Tribulations Daoist, Overlord, Great Mighty Holy Spirit, and the others have also returned through the passage between the two realms. It is because it is rumored that the immortal scripture might have been left behind by an Emperor Zun, something that has never been seen or circulated in this world. If one wishes to obtain it, they don't necessarily need to have heaven-defying strength, but rather truly comprehend the Emperor Zun's bewilderment, and only then can they obtain the true scripture. The absolute beginning and Emperor still haven't appeared. I wonder where they are. Is there really no need to ask for Master's help? That is the sacred body Yi Fan we are talking about. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline said. There is no need. Mo Wenin shook his head. His eyes were like torches, and he was so powerful that it was somewhat frightening. He said, the sacred body of the human clan died in battle 300 years ago. He was buried in the universe with the supreme glory of a supreme being. He is worthy of respect. Then his tone turned cold as he said, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yi Fan in this world. Someone will pretend to be a fallen hero. Not only us, but many people in the flying celestial battlefield will fight for Elder Ye's innocence and glory. A heroic name cannot be tarnished. Many heroes will try their best to kill that person. But he really is a sacred body of the Yi Fan, someone said in a low voice. Mo Wenin revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said coldly, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yi Fan. He is very powerful, someone else said. But he is still not the Quasi-Emperor. Mo Wenin said coldly and emotionlessly. The more powerful a person is, the more worth looking forward to. You have to believe that many factions will use this opportunity to train their own people. They will fight with him and will, very consciously, kill him for Elder Yi. I think it is better to report this to Master. He may not agree to this. Someone objected. However, after seeing Mo Wentian's coldness, he stopped talking. It is indeed a pity that Master has missed the opportunity to fight with Elder Yi Fan. However, Elder Yi still has a disciple named Yang Shi, who also has a sacred body. I will fight with him to continue the battle of the previous generation. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be shown in our battle. Mo Wenin said calmly and somewhat coldly. He then added, he will definitely be in the flying celestial battlefield. I look forward to meeting him. That will also be the conclusion of the battle between Master and Elder Yi. Not everyone was like Mo Wenin of the Yaoguang bloodline. Some of the newer strong practitioners were now looking for Yi Fan with the mentality of a pilgrimage, hoping to meet him. Elder Yi, where are you? Although some people were determined and had come to fight for supremacy on the Emperor's path, they were now wavering. This was all because of the appearance of Yi Fan. They wanted to meet him and follow behind him. However, just as Mo Wenin had said, there were people from other factions who firmly believed that there would no longer be a sacred body of the Yi Fan in 300 years. Many people were rushing over from all directions, gathering in a certain area. Chapter 16-17. The flying immortal battlefield was not peaceful. A large number of people were moving out. They belonged to different camps, but at this time, they all had the same goal, to find Yi Fan. The vegetation was lush, and strange beasts were roaring. This was a hilly area. A group of people with a murderous aura passed by. The coldness caused the leaves on the trees to wither, as if an autumn blade had swept past. They were clad in metal armor that flickered with a cold light. They were like a group of celestial soldiers descending to the lower realm. Each of them had the battle prowess of the great sage level, and they were not inferior to the strongest people of the ancient heaven in the past. What's the difference between a man who made the overlord suffer a loss? 300 years have passed, and many things have changed. They are no longer the same as before. A person said coldly. The iron clothes on his body clanked. These people looked ruthless and had a powerful aura. They were all experts. They came from the same camp and followed the same person. Each of them was a man of few words. They were like gods and devils who had broken free from the shackles of hell. They were very cold. They were the Overlord's followers. Some of them came from the Overlord's ancestral star, while others met him in the star field and followed him ever since. In the past, Yi Fan had experienced countless battles and swept through the human race's ancient road. He was invincible all the way, but the battle with the Overlord was undoubtedly extremely difficult. In that battle, his blood splashed across the starry sky, and he suffered serious injuries. Throughout his life, there were not many times that he was in such a dangerous battle, where his saint blood was surging wildly. Although the Overlord was defeated in that battle, it could not be considered a great humiliation. He was only slightly behind. Moreover, that time, Yi Fan had activated the divine restriction. Otherwise, the Overlord might have had a chance. In fact, the Overlord was definitely a peerless expert in that generation. However, many people only remembered that he was defeated, but they neglected the inside story of that battle, which involved the divine restriction domain. He was a peerless, fierce person who had been severely underestimated. In the Emperor's Road battle for supremacy, he had great potential and qualifications. If he had enough opportunities, it would not be a problem for him to become a sovereign in the world. In another region, there was a group of experts on the vast land. Black mist surged there, as if a group of unrivaled demon kings had appeared in the mortal world. Moreover, there were many of them, and there were already more than 20 of them. Wherever they passed, birds and beasts would flee in fright. All creatures were horrified, because the aura of death was too strong. The one in the lead was a death knight who wore black armor and had underworld mist curling about him. The underworld is the home of all spirits. How can it be without a divine body? A cold and faint voice sounded out like the sigh of the god of death, and it caused one's hairs to stand on end upon hearing it. It was filled with the aura of death, and it seemed to have come from the netherworld. They came from the underworld, and only a few leaders had their own consciousness. The other Death Knights were powerful war tools that were summoned and did not have their own consciousness. Of course, the Emperor Road powerhouse who hurried over from the underworld didn't personally appear, only a few of his followers. Right now, he was fighting in Great Imperial Pass, fighting in secret, not arriving here yet. In front of the Grand Waterfall, a man's upper body was bare. His bronze body was exceptionally robust, possessing explosive power. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance. 300 years have passed, the times have changed. Human race divine body, you have already grown old. With a hong sound, the great waterfall flowed in reverse, actually flowing in reverse. The several thousand zhang giant waterfall was actually like this under a short shout. It was simply too shocking. It was because this wasn't the result of magical force, but rather the result of a type of terrifying sound wave. Moreover, his ocean-like blood energy surged, actually making the mountains and valleys tremble, many mountain peaks cracking apart. This was a representative figure among late-stage experts, one of the most powerful individuals in the last 300 years. His name was Toba Mo, his words and actions all like a demon, completely unrestrained, extremely domineering. In the past, he had previously killed quite a few old great sages, massacring undying holy lands. His methods were cruel, his actions vicious. At this time, his eyes were like a hawk's, thick black hair scattering down his bronze body, giving him a type of demonic nature. In front of a thatched cottage, a green-clothed youngster sat under an ancient tree, an ancient sword resting on his knees. He looked otherworldly, possessing a type of otherworldly aura. Everyone said that something unexpected happened to you. In that case, there is no need to inform my master. Divine Body Yifan, you've made my master feel regret for 300 years. Back then, I couldn't find you anywhere, unable to kill you with a single strike. Today, I will fight in my master's place, bring this grudge to an end. He was Yin Tianda's first disciple, named Yi Ming. His attainments in formation patterns were profound, his fighting strength even more world-shocking, extremely powerful. He had previously swept through several ancient paths alone. The ancient sword on his knees released a light cry. Even without the support of Dao laws and magical force, it still rushed into the heavens like a waterfall, piercing through the clouds and splitting the skies, terrifying to the extreme. Is it really him? To be able to survive after fighting a supreme being to the death, this is simply a miracle. Wrong, from now on he no longer exists in this world. That is only a demonic evildoer, nothing more. We only need to kill him. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, magnificent mountains and rivers everywhere. The territory was just too large. The region Yifan passed through was a place of unrest, a great upheaval starting. 300 years later, there will no longer be a divine body Yifan in this world. Anyone who dares to use his name will be killed without exception. Wind whistled and beasts roared. The mountains and rivers were filled with an austere aura. Large groups of people were moving, killing intent covering the sun, making this entire battlefield tremble. All of the experts moved out, advancing towards a certain direction. Many people acted as if they were facing a great enemy, as if they were going to surround and kill a matchless demonic lord. Even though there were all types of rumors saying that there was a great problem with that person's body, or else he wouldn't have only appeared today, that name was too resounding, making some enemies not dare to act carelessly, all of them being incomparably cautious. This was a group of people who were hostile towards Yifan. Perhaps they had grievances with him in the past, or perhaps it was because his existence was blocking some people's path, so they had to forcefully move him aside. However, on the surface, not a single person dared to openly declare that they wanted to kill the divine body Yifan. They all raised the banner of fighting for Senior Ye's reputation and honor. No one dared to go against the general trend. If they were truly unrestrained and dared to do such a thing, they would definitely be drowned in the spit of the world in the future, and even if they didn't die, their name would stink for many years to come. This group of people were just this cold-blooded. In today's era, they dared to stand out and sharpen their blades without prior consultation. However, there were also some people who were afraid and beating their drums, hoping to eliminate them all. Of course, there were also many people who were pursuing Yifan's footsteps with a heart of pilgrimage. They were both excited and anxious. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, and this was only the great fluctuation in the outer regions. It hadn't reached the depths of the battlefield yet, and only the region where Yifan had appeared before was in turmoil. In the following 2 days, Yifan sensed a strange atmosphere. He had the blood crow descend onto the ground, turn around, and then return along the same path. You should leave. Yifan said to the blood crow, no longer using it as a means of transportation. I'm not leaving. I didn't know it was you in the past and I've offended you, but now. The blood crow wasn't willing to leave. Yifan shook his head. Following at his side was destined to be extremely dangerous. Even though he lost his magical force, he still had a powerful intuition, and he sensed the abnormalities during these past 2 days. The blood crow great sage wasn't willing to leave and was willing to become his follower. His attitude was extremely firm. Yifan gave him a look and didn't say anything else. He took steps forward, entering the mountains and rivers. There were forests, silver waterfalls, and blood crows spread their wings. However, it was difficult to see his figure from the heavens above. A day later, Yifan officially encountered a large group of people in a spacious area. There weren't many words exchanged. There were more than 20 riders rushing over from the other side. The entire great earth trembled, and large cracks appeared one after another. This was a group of death knights. They carried a heavy deathly energy, as if they crossed through time and space from the underworld. The sound of hooves rumbled, as if thunder was exploding. This officially opened up the strange atmosphere of this day, turning a type of tacit understanding into a murderous disaster. The people of the underworld arrived first. They wanted to bring away Yi Fan. Only the leaders had their own consciousness, but the other death warriors all had the body of the great sage. They were all people who died in battle in the ancient times. Black mist overflowed into the heavens, carrying an ominous aura and deathly aura. It drowned out the entire open battlefield. Wind and thunder rose together, turning into the angry roar of fate. You have already died before. The end of reincarnation will see eternity. The underworld is your final resting place. The knight in the lead shouted. Yi Fan stood there, steady like a boulder. Only when he saw the 20 or so riders approach, that one zhang long black halberd about to descend on his head, did he start to move. Ding! A light sound rang out. The great halberd in the hands of the knight at the very front directly exploded. Black divine metal pieces shot in all directions, immediately injuring many people behind him. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He rushed over, his movements inconceivably fast. He destroyed a great sage artifact with a single fist, unleashing a great massacre here. These people were extremely powerful. They were all formidable figures when they were alive, their names shaking a region. They all had great origins in the past. After they died, they fell into the underworld, turning into soldiers and generals, becoming tools of war. They had copper muscles and iron bones, possessing Vajra unbreakable bodies. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Fan. His physique was even more tyrannical. He was like a phantom, flickering left and right, inconceivably fast. His palms surpassed the most powerful holy artifacts. A moment later, Yi Fan's fist pierced through the head of the one in the lead, continuously attacking with unmatched divine might. There was no blood that splashed out, only the body collapsing. They were all blasted into broken bones and bloody mist. Yi Fan silently stood in place for a bit, and then he continued on his way. His clothes were simple, given to him by the youth White Knight. Now, he looked like an ascetic cultivator. I previously heard that you pretended to be the human race's heroic holy body Yi Fan. Senior's heroic name and glory cannot be tarnished. Today, I will crucify you to death on a bloody cross. It was another encounter. This time, there were especially many people. People from many different camps gathered together, perfectly blocking up this ancient battlefield, surrounding this place until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man who held a spear. His voice and expression were fierce, seated on a green Qilin beast. The great spear was 2 zhang in length, making him look extremely bold and powerful. This was a peak great sage, one of the disciples Divine Hall's Lord took in without a true master and disciple relationship. He had also left his name on the crystal monument, arriving here. He and a group of people were all followers of the Emperor Lord's son. However, the one they were protecting was currently in Great Imperial Pass, not appearing here. At this time, the great spear in his hands pointed at the space between Yi Fan's brows, hinting to the surrounding people. His eyes revealed a cold expression, preparing to attack. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, Yi Fan wouldn't tolerate anyone pointing a great sage artifact at his immortal platform. Even when facing so many people, all of them great sage, he still responded powerfully. He left behind an afterimage in his original location, and then took action from within the army of 10,000. His movements were too fast, ferocious like thunder, a single palm smashing apart that great spear. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a group of great sage from many camps. Yi Fan's attack was fast and ferocious, but it made everyone's minds jump. Divine Hall's Lord's disciple in name roared out, doing everything he could to resist. However, it was futile. Yi Fan used a killing blow, his palm like a heavenly monument, directly hacking down. The great spear had long shattered, and this palm's power didn't stop. With a pu sound, this person's fists were smashed apart, and then it hacked down on his head. Without any suspense, the great sage's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splashing in all directions. Moreover, Yi Fan didn't stop, taking advantage of the momentum to descend. That green-scaled beast that was tearing at him also turned into a bloody paste on the spot. At this moment, the entire valley became quiet. It was just a single palm. Yi Fan's palm descended, smashing apart the great spear, smashing apart the great sage's head, killing the desolate ancient variant green-scaled beast. This place immediately became quiet to the extreme, deathly silent. In the distance, there were some people with black great Dao vases floating above their heads, some with their upper bodies exposed, some with tyrant blood flowing through their bodies. Right now, all of their eyes turned into blazing divine radiance. Chapter 16:18. Was it him? Was it really him? Right now, this was the question everyone was asking themselves. It was as if thunder rumbled within their chests. Those who previously believed that this was most likely Yi Fan actually had their suspicions this entire time. After all, 300 years ago, Yi Fan fell after fighting a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being, so how could he possibly appear again? At this moment, they were sure that this person was definitely Yi Fan. He really did return. This type of unshakable willpower, ferocious and unmatched methods, as well as that familiar style, apart from him, who else could it be? It was just a single palm, yet he killed a divine court's illustrious great sage, moreover destroyed a great sage artifact. It was just too terrifying, making everyone shiver inwardly. The bloody mist scattered. A figure stood there, his body as if cast from divine iron, giving off a type of pressure, towering like a great mountain. They couldn't sense any Dao fragments from his body, not even the slightest bit left behind. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, and then they became convinced, guessing that it was true. He definitely paid a heavy price. Only then did he reappear in this world with great difficulty. Those at this level would be suppressed by the flying immortal battlefield, but it was difficult for the cultivation of a few special individuals to be completely erased. Everyone couldn't sense the slightest Dao fragment from Yi Fan's body. In the end, he paid an unimaginable price in that battle 300 years ago. After obtaining confirmation, everyone who was originally horrified released a breath of relief. In their eyes, this could barely be considered reasonable. Of course, even more people found it hard to accept, feeling like he shouldn't have survived at all. After confirming his identity, many people's eyes revealed strange expressions. However, not a single person took the initiative to act out. Just now, Yi Fan's display was too powerful, intimidating many people. A group of trash. A youngster with a bare upper body, bronze-colored skin that was robust like a demonic body spoke, his words extremely rude, clearly directed at everyone. Many people were furious. They were the lords of a region, individuals whose eyes were at the top of their heads. Who dared show them any disrespect? However, when someone recognized this youth, their expressions changed. He was one of the strongest people in the last 300 years, Tuobaremo. He was a true demon king, and very few people dared to offend him directly. Many people were indignant, but they didn't erupt immediately. They came from the myriad heavens and myriad realms, and they could be considered the strongest experts in their respective star fields. However, they were all at the same level here. Their past glory was nothing. Otherwise, there would not be so many experts following others and giving up on the emperor's path. Tuobaremo stood there with his arms crossed. He was as dangerous as a ferocious beast, causing the people around him to involuntarily back away from him. Although he hadn't made it clear that he was targeting Yi Fan, his gaze was filled with aggression. As he scanned Yi Fan's body, there was a kind of wildness and coldness. On the other side, Intienda's disciple, Yi Ming, walked over with an ancient sword on his back. That sword seemed to have a life of its own and was one with him. With every step he took, the ground would tremble, accompanied by the humming of the sword. Although he had come for Yi Fan, he also wanted to kill Tuobaremo. Yi Fan scanned the crowd and sensed a familiar aura. There were people who were similar to the Overlord, disciples of the light-shaking realm, and sacred spirits. They were either the inheritors of his enemies, or they were fated to be enemies with him. Are you all going to surround and kill me? Yi Fan's eyes were dim and did not have any shocking luster. However, that kind of calmness made people's hearts palpitate. We are here to fight for Senior Ye's reputation. The hero from 300 years ago cannot be tarnished by someone like you, someone shouted. The black bottle above Wen's head trembled, and talismans spread out invisibly, secretly strengthening the body of the person shouting in the distance. His words were like thunder, shaking the sky. Where were you 300 years ago? Did you go to the starry sky to help him fight? Yi Fan asked coldly. We admit that you are very strong, but please do not blaspheme the heroic senior. Please respect yourself, another person sternly reprimanded. There was no lack of people like this at any time. Yi Fan looked at them, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he sighed. Rumble. The ground trembled, and more people from the other camps arrived. There were even more powerful cultivators, and they surrounded the area like an iron wall. The people who were alive were not as important as the reputation that had been buried 300 years ago. He was here in person, but he was not recognized. Instead, he had become the main culprit that had tarnished his heroic reputation. This was truly ironic. Yi Fan did not say anything. He only looked at these people. There were no powerful ripples emanating from them, and they did not have the soaring blood qi of a divine physique, but they were still frightening. After Senior Yi died, even his heroic soul could not find peace. Friend, you have gone too far. Under the black bottle of the Great Path, Wen's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the entire battlefield. There were so many people, but only he had a bottle formed from the Great Path. That was a combination of cultivation and imprint. It was truly astonishing to be able to have such a performance in the flying celestial battlefield, which was suppressed. Yi Fan looked at these people for a long time. In the end, he smiled, but it was a bit cold. In the end, these people were afraid and did not want him to return. Now, they were lying through their teeth, and they only wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, could he really kill them? Yi Fan took a step forward, and it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He looked at everyone, as if he was the king of 10,000 beasts patrolling the forest and facing a pack of wolves. Do you think this is interesting? Yi Fan stopped, and his eyes became very cold. There was a suffocating aura, and many people's hearts trembled. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Even though so many years had passed, and they knew that there was a problem with his body, they still felt a bit scared. Do you think this is very extraordinary? You humiliate your predecessors, and you are making everyone in the world your enemy. Another person in the distance shouted. At this moment, many weapons flickered with cold radiance. Many people decided to take action, surrounding Yi Fan here, joining hands to slaughter him. I am Yi Fan. Do you all feel like you can succeed by doing this? His calm words carried a type of dignity. Yi Fan stood there, overlooking everyone. He looked calm, his words not loud, but this was like a clap of thunder. He took the initiative to bring up the matter, not feeling anger, not feeling grief. He actually had this type of attitude, exceeding everyone's expectations. Nonsense. Senior Yi already died in battle 300 years ago, not even his corpse remaining. The entire world knows this, so who would believe you if you pretend to be him like this? Someone shouted fiercely, loudly berating. Yi Fan really didn't know whether to laugh or feel bitterly disappointed. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, making one feel a bit scared. 300 years ago, heroes shed blood one after another in the cosmos battlefield. Void Emperor, GZ, Gai Juyo, Jiang Taishu, fighting bloodily against the restricted region supreme beings for the sake of people like you really isn't worth it. Yi Fan's voice was this cold for the first time. 300 years later, there are no longer any human race holy bodies left in this world. He has already died, can't live anymore. Someone directly shouted, but this was a bit too impatient. Who is profaning the holy body, Senior Yi Fan? A great roar sounded from the distance. Figures leapt over one after another like resplendent stars, all of them carrying a type of powerful aura. There were some whose cultivation hadn't been completely erased. At this time, they appeared, auspicious colors moving through the sky, auras boundless. There was a group of people who had previously searched for Yi Fan with the heart of a pilgrimage. Now, they finally found traces of him, quickly hurrying over, every single one of them incomparably excited. It's Senior Yi, it really is him. Someone cried out loudly. They had never seen Yi Fan's true body before, but they had seen his stone statue before. They had seen that type of charm, and it was exactly the same as the one at the center of the battlefield. "What are you all randomly shouting about?" The devil-like expert Tuoba Mo coldly shouted, sweeping his eyes over those who rushed over. Everyone was shocked, never expecting this devil to be here. They all slowed down as if they were facing a great enemy. "A group of trash." Tuoba Mo spat out these words again, still directed at both friend and foe. Then he walked over step by step, finally going to take action against Yi Fan. 100 years ago, before his demonic arts reached the great completion stage, he had previously been chased after by the blue flame spirit. In the end, he miraculously survived. Someone said softly. In the past, when Yi Fan was training in the human race's ancient path, he had also suffered the hostility of the blue flame spirit, wishing to kill him, yet he survived unharmed. They had both provoked that existence before, so it was naturally easy for others to associate them together. Like thunder, blood energy rushed into the heavens from Tuoba Mo's skull, flourishing like a vast ocean. When his step descended, the great earth collapsed, and the distant mountain peak trembled, about to collapse. No one expected him to be so powerful, exceeding all expectations. The power of his flesh was simply heaven-defying. Could it be that the rumors are true? 50 years ago, he killed several divine spirits alone, and it wasn't just a rumor. Many people were shocked. On Tuoba Mo's bronze-colored body, every tendon was like a horned dragon. His powerful blood chi surged, making him look like a demon king. With a cold look in his eyes, he took a second step, and the mountain not far away finally collapsed. Many people were horrified. This was pure physical power, too powerful. When Tuoba Mo took his third step, the mountains and rivers swayed, and even the sun and moon lost color. The blood energy around his body rushed into the heavens. Everyone's expressions changed. Was it because his cultivation hadn't been completely severed, or did his flesh truly possess such world-shaking power? It exceeded common sense, making people suspect that he was the one with the divine body. 30 years ago, when he wasn't far from the great completion of the heavenly art, it was rumored that he had provoked Yin Tienda and was chased by an incarnation created by the Three Pure Ones' secret technique. In the end, he survived. Is this also true? At this moment, everyone thought of those rumors. Now, it seemed like they might all be true. Daring to provoke the blue flame spirit, killing many divine spirits, challenging an incarnation of Yin Tienda, these were all accomplishments from hundreds of years ago. When they were added together, it was truly shocking. Tuoba Mo's aura became more and more powerful, like a demonic god. Flames surged around his body, and the power of his bloodline rose to the peak. He rushed towards Yi Fan, causing the heavens to tremble. He took action. Many people quickly retreated. Fist winds surged, and the pure power of his flesh caused several mountains in front of him to explode and shatter. I know, he came from the eternal star field and has the Brahma battle physique. These words immediately caused an uproar. In the universe, the Brahma battle physique, primitive devil physique, supreme immortal physique, and others were the most terrifying bloodlines. It was just that they hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, yet Tuoba Mo actually had this kind of physique. No wonder he dared to fight against the divine body. The heavens exploded, the mountains collapsed, and the earth shattered. However, Yi Fan didn't move in the slightest in the face of all this. He calmly waited for the Brahma battle physique Tuoba Mo to attack. Have you forgotten about the eternal star field? I am someone who was born in response to calamity. I have the strongest battle physique. Tuoba Mo coldly said. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He struck out with his palm, and incomparable light erupted between heaven and earth. This was because it collided with the battle physique's fist. An enormous sound rumbled like a tsunami, exploding the heavens. Blood splashed everywhere on the spot. Tuoba Mo's hand was covered in blood as he was sent flying. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His hand had already been fractured, yet it couldn't block a casual strike from Yi Fan. This was too shocking. In reality, he could be proud of himself. If it was any other great sage, he would have been smashed into pieces by Yi Fan's attack. However, he had only injured his hand. Clang. The divine sword split the sky. Someone else made a move. A sword slashed through the mountains and rivers, aiming straight for Yi Fan's head. The great Dao Aquarius trembled. Someone from the Alcade lineage also made a move. 300 years later, there is no longer a divine body in this world. Dao brothers, join forces and kill him. Someone shouted. At this moment, many people responded. They were either the followers of the Overlord Physique, the Alcade lineage, or the people from the divine court. They all stood against Yi Fan. Murderous intent pervaded the surroundings and froze this place. You dare to be disrespectful to Senior Yi? Senior Yi, we have come to help you. At the outermost periphery, the experts who came with the heart of a saint shouted. They had just arrived and there weren't many of them. However, they couldn't be ignored. There's no need. You guys can just watch from the side, Yi Fan said calmly. After 300 years, he didn't think he would have to start a massacre again. This was no longer the dark chaotic era. He wanted to kill the Void Sovereign, Gai Juyo, and the others who had once protected him. Chapter 1619. The battle has begun. Everyone rushed forth with only a single goal, and that was to join forces to kill that terrifying man in the center of the battlefield. They didn't want to give him a chance to recover and rise up. Back then, this man had already dominated an entire generation and shouldn't have appeared in this world. Their eyes were cold and there were even some who went crazy. Today might be their only chance to eliminate him. At this moment, the sounds of battle shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble as an aura that could suppress the 9 heavens gushed forth. Yi Fan moved. At this moment he changed. His expression was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. He became more and more cruel and ruthless. He decisively attacked. In just an instant he had already sent tens of weapons flying, including a dragon sword that was mixed with azure gold. Pooh! At this moment he was extremely ruthless. When he truly decided to kill, he showed no mercy. He was like a bloodthirsty devil lord, resolute and sharp. With a punch, the person at the very front was directly shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Fresh blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. This bloody scene caused the hair of everyone to stand on end. However, these people didn't stop. After coming here, there was already no path of retreat. They judged others by their own standards. In the future, Yi Fan would definitely settle the score with them. Hence, they might as well eliminate him while he was at the lowest point of his life. The earth trembled as a few primordial beasts rushed over. All of them stood on their hind legs and stomped towards Yi Fan's head. The experts on them all raised their sharp weapons and stabbed towards Yi Fan's forehead. They were cold-blooded and cruel. In this place where one's cultivation base was suppressed, they gave up on many miraculous techniques and used terrifying combat techniques to attack Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to kill him. The sound of iron hooves thundered through the air. Those sharp saint weapons gleamed with a cold light, resembling the scythe of the grim reaper from hell. All of them slashed down. Clang! At this moment, Yi Fan was like a demon king. He lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to crack open. Moreover, thousands of layers of earth and boulders were swept up, lifting up all the wild beasts and sending them flying. The great sage, who was riding on top of the ancient beast, also lost his balance and was sent flying by the huge shockwave. He almost fell into the crowd behind him. It was truly a complete mess. However, things did not stop there, because after Yi Fan stomped his foot, he had already leaped into the air. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, and he launched the most terrifying attack. Pooh! His speed was too fast. Those riders were thrown into a state of disarray. Before they could truly fall to the ground, Yi Fan had already caught up to them, a foot stepping on one of their heads. That place was like a blossoming peach blossom, red blood and white brain mixed together, splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Yi Fan only left behind an illusion in his original location. He stepped over the head and soared into the air, landing on another person's body. Without any suspense, a large expanse of bloody mist splashed out. It was another fatal blow. Moreover, his body did not land on the ground and was still in the air. With a swing of his leg, he swept past. The man and mount on the other side immediately cried out miserably, splitting into pieces. Yi Fan's body was in midair. He conveniently seized the holy spear and threw it out in that instant, piercing through the last man and mount, firmly nailing them to the ground, dripping with blood. With a prung sound, Yi Fan landed on the ground like a javelin. His body was perfectly straight, his clothes untainted by blood. His hair was thick, and his gaze was emotionless as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were used to clashing with the Tao. Now that they were carrying out this kind of battle, they felt a bit surreal. How powerful were they, able to control the life and death of others? Yet today, before this man, they were actually so petty and petty. Every time he shifted positions, he would definitely kill one of them. This was very surreal, making them feel like they were living in a nightmare. How powerful was this person exactly to have such confidence? He was facing all of them alone, yet he was unperturbed and calm, even exuding a type of coldness. In the clouds, the roar of a dragon rang out, blasting into everyone's ears, causing their immortal foundations to tremble. That was a type of terrifying fluctuation, condensing as one with the heavens and earth, becoming one. It was like he controlled the will of heaven and earth, controlling the divine punishment of the heavens. An ancient sword descended, its entire body jade green like a jade river. Ripples of the great Tao spread out, suppressing Yi Fan. It wasn't a slash but rather a suppression. Yi Ming made his move again. He didn't purely control the sword, but rather, he circulated his Tao, infusing it into the sword, refining it in the air, bringing with it the will of heaven and earth to kill Yi Fan. He was a special person. After coming here, his Tao wasn't completely severed. There was a terrifying aura within his body, like a sealed sea. At this moment, it completely erupted. The sword was like an azure dragon, hanging down from the sky dome. The enormous sword was taller than a mountain peak, terrifying and astonishing. Strands of azure energy pervaded the air, the might of immortal gold. Before this enormous sword, humans couldn't even be compared to it, as small as ants. Everyone was shocked. Yi Ming was too powerful. The Tao he preserved was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't say that he could sweep through everyone here, he should be close. However, the following scene was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. That man's eyes were dim, not releasing any astonishing radiance. However, he dared to face the azure sword head-on with his fists alone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, that ancient sword trembled intensely. The radiance on its surface quickly receded, shrinking rapidly. All types of Tao laws directly collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Quite a few people almost cried out in alarm. This was the most powerful secret technique Yi Fan established in the past. Once a fist was released, no one could stop it. Back then, it truly gave everyone a headache, difficult for them to face it head-on. Now, this type of secret technique reappeared, moreover seemingly even more flourishing than before. There was clearly no magical force support, yet there was a type of indescribable aura, as if it could even shatter this universe. Lawless, without heaven, without Tao, everyone was horrified, feeling a bit of fear at this moment. Could this be a cultivation path to sharpen one's body? Just by relying on the body's foundational force, everything could be destroyed. That dragon sword mixed with feather azure gold already shrunk, fine cracks appearing one after another on its surface, ready to explode at any time. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Ming's lips. He supported it with his Tao skills and mind stigma, but he never expected this result. That person really was like a demon lord. The ancient sword trembled, and then it shattered the sky, immediately turning back. If it was a step later, Yi Fan's fist would have blasted it apart. Yi Ming retreated, using both hands to catch the sword. Another streak of blood appeared at the corner of his lips, making everyone feel horrified. However, everyone saw hope in dealing with Yi Fan. This time, he used his fists to face the enemy, attacking more than once, no longer killing with one strike like before. Using natural laws to deal with him, Using cultivation to suppress him, this might very well be the only hope. However, how many people in the ascended immortal battlefield managed to preserve Dao fragments? Suddenly, heaven and earth darkened. Black mists surged, and a death angel appeared with a pair of enormous black wings on its back. It descended from the heavens, violently attacking towards Yi Fan. He was extremely powerful, making people wonder how exactly his cultivation was preserved. He possessed immeasurable power of natural laws, shattering the sky. In his hands was an iron spear that was entirely black, only the edge of the blade shining snow-white. It emitted dense killing intent, and as it swung downwards, it split apart the mountains and rivers. The black mist of death covered heaven and earth, immediately covering the great earth. Killing intent surged in that area, as if a sea of undead was surging. However, Yi Fan stood in his original position, not retreating even half a step. His skin was sparkling, and the source of energy within his body circulated. When he brandished his palms, it was as if he coexisted with the entire world and was not suppressed. He seemed to be at the same level as the great universe, possessing his own unique source. At this moment, his attack stirred up world-shaking waves, allowing many people to see some clues. A pair of flesh palms shattered the power of natural laws in the sky, challenging the order of this starry sky. A rain of light that defied the heavens shot upwards. The death angel could not kill him. At this moment, Yi Fan was as fast as lightning, retrieving the divine artifacts of the people he had just killed. Then he tossed them into the sky. Spears and iron swords pierced through the void one after another, entering the heavens. Under the support of this kind of enormous power, the divine artifacts were actually damaged and set aflame. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. The natural laws can suppress him. If we continue to fight, he won't have a chance. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline took action. At this moment, weapons shone brilliantly. Blades were like mountains, swords like a forest, cold and glaring. They all aimed at Yi Fan and slaughtered their way forward. This was a wave of steel flood. The mountains and valleys were all trembling, shocking everyone until their minds became unsteady. Not a single one of them was weak. It was as if 100,000 divine generals descended from the heavens, slaughtering until their hearts trembled. Kill! This place erupted with chaos, and shouts of war shook the heavens. The weapons that Yi Fan tossed towards the death angel did not all miss. A spear pierced through the death angel's chest, blasting him apart and causing him to fall down. This was undoubtedly a horrifying scene. Even the great sage who still had some cultivation couldn't avoid it. How terrifying was this? However, since they already took action, there was already no way out. Quite a few people frantically rushed forward to fight against Yi Fan, who was at the lowest point of his life. This was their last chance. However, Yi Fan's power exceeded everyone's expectations. He was cold and decisive, and his attacks were swift and fierce. He slaughtered everyone without the slightest bit of mercy. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's palm sliced open the neck of a great sage. Blood splashed everywhere, and that head directly flew more than 10 meters into the air. Meanwhile, the body that was charging over flew over 100 steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. A bright red blossomed. Yi Fan seized a heavenly blade and hacked forward. That person and mount were both split in half, and boiling hot blood splashed out. Pooh! His right leg swept out, and like an iron pillar, he smashed a great sage into a bloody paste. Then, the shining demonic blade in his hand flashed, and 3 more people were hacked apart in succession. Blood splashed several dozen feet into the air. This was a land soaked in blood. Even though some people still had some cultivation left, it still wasn't enough. They couldn't shake Yi Fan's true body. In just a short moment, there were already several dozen corpses beneath his feet. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. No one could stop him. He had previously fought a bloody battle against ancient supreme beings. There was a terrifying aura on his body that made people tremble. After experiencing the most terrifying darkness chaos, even though his strength wasn't number 1, he still possessed a temperament that looked down on the common people. It left some people so shocked that they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan mercilessly harvested lives. These were all people that the Void Emperor, Gai Juyo, GZ, and the others had protected. At that time, some of them might still be in swaddling clothes, but now he was going to personally end their lives. Flowers of blood blossomed. It was incomparably beautiful. This place became an azure field. Corpses fell one after another, dyeing the great earth red. Meanwhile, at this moment, Yi Fan's heart was strangely calm. There was no sadness, no joy, and no waves. It was as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. Kacha. Unknowingly, he had already crushed 2 great Dao vases with his bare hands. Experts continuously fell, and blood splashed everywhere. There was already no one in front of him. It was completely empty, and there were countless corpses below his feet. Chapter 1620. Blood energy pervaded the air, corpses everywhere. Yi Fan stood on top of the pile of corpses, silently watching everything. He didn't say anything, didn't make any movements, just like a stone statue. There was already no one in front of him. Yi Fan slaughtered until everyone was terrified. Even though they were the great sage, they had never seen such a bloody scene. The ones who died were all great sages. Did that man whose clothes weren't stained by blood really fight against the starry sky, protect the peace of a region? Just now, he was clearly like a demonic sovereign, slaughtering until everyone trembled, fighting until they wanted to cry out. It was just too terrifying. Those who were still alive didn't dare approach. At this moment, they were all terrified. They were all the lords of a region, coming from different star domains, the most powerful experts of their respective stars. However, in this place, they didn't have any dignity. They were so lowly, unable to raise their heads in front of that man, only able to crawl at his feet. This was a type of humiliation. They were backing up. Those who threatened to kill Yi Fan just now all shut their mouths. This place made them feel fear. In the distance, there was another group of people who were excited. They came with hearts of pilgrims to chase after Yi Fan's footsteps. More and more people gathered, surrounding the battlefield. They were truly incomparably shaken, feeling the blood within their bodies boil. They wanted nothing more than to beat their chests and roar out to express their current mood. 300 years had passed, yet that person had survived tenaciously, still just as powerful. There were some people who grew up listening to his legends. They had boundless reverence, believing that he was the most powerful. If he didn't fall, he would definitely be a monumental figure. In many people's hearts, Yi Fan was undoubtedly deified, becoming a type of motivation that encouraged them to forge ahead. Now, a miracle actually happened, personally witnessing that he was still alive. How could they not be moved? Just now, they were still afraid, feeling apprehensive, fearing that something bad would happen to Yi Fan and that his reputation would fall. That would shatter the unrivaled legend in their hearts. Yi Fan's power made their hearts surge with emotions. Even after losing the magical path fragment, he could still do this. A single person swept through everyone, showing disdain for the crowd. He was even more powerful than the divine physique they had imagined in the past. Attack together, kill them. The experts who came with hearts of pilgrims pressed forward, wanting to lend Yi Fan a helping hand. Yi Fan shook his head and stopped them. The enemies who had previously taken action became timid and wanted to retreat. However, Yi Fan coldly looked over, immediately making their bodies go rigid. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. In front of them, corpses piled up like a mountain. That man just stood there. He had killed so many people, but there was not a single drop of blood on him. He was looking down on them. Although so many people had died, it all happened in an instant. It was so fast that many people could not even react. Tuoba Mo's right hand was fractured. Bright red blood dripped down and landed on the ground. His wild eyes were cold, like an awakened desolate beast. He was very dangerous. His joints released cracking sounds as his hand recovered to its original state. He stared at Yi Fan, truly unwilling to accept this. His bones were actually broken by a single palm from the other party. It was too sullen. Over the years, as one of the top figures of the younger generation, he had suffered setbacks before, but he had never suffered as much as he did now. Especially since he had the Brahma battle physique, his physical body should be able to fight against a divine physique. How could this be? Tuoba Emo took action again. This time, he was like a desolate beast, leaving behind waves of afterimages. He was fast to the extreme, and even time itself seemed to have become chaotic. Everyone was stupefied. His speed was too fast. Even if he had a portion of his cultivation, it shouldn't be like this. Moreover, his blood energy was like a sea, splitting the sky. Tuoba Emo moved faster and faster, almost disappearing from this world. It was as if he had entered the ancient Great Earth, moving between two different time spaces. He circled around Yi Fan, not in a rush to take action. He was looking for an opportunity. This was the first time Yi Fan revealed a strange expression, but it quickly disappeared. He sensed that the other party had grasped the rose symbol art, which was why he possessed extreme speed. And now, it seemed like the 9 secrets weren't completely concentrated on the Emperor Burial Star. There were bits and pieces of them in other star domains that had been passed down and inherited by others. Tuoba Emo took action. His aura rose to the extreme, and he borrowed that extreme speed to display his combat strength to the greatest as he attacked forward. He became one with heaven and earth, and even his breathing and pulse were synchronized. He borrowed the will of the heavens to suppress Yi Fan. However, at this moment, Yi Fan only took a single step, and his momentum was immediately disrupted. The great earth violently trembled, and Tuoba Mo's rhythm became chaotic. It was as if a foot was trampling down on his heart. What kind of person was Yi Fan? He was a battle maniac of the past, someone who had studied the rose symbol art to the extreme. He easily disrupted Tuoba Mo's rhythm. This strike split the heavens and earth. The bones in Tuoba Mo's hand released kacha sounds, directly shattering. Moreover, this time, even his entire arm was deformed, becoming completely warped. He released a wild beast-like roar. As someone with the Brahma battle body, how could he be weaker than others in a contest of physical strength? He was unwilling to accept this. However, reality was right before his eyes. He could only hold back his hatred and retreat. He decided to refine his flesh to an even more profound realm before fighting again. However, his rose symbol art was useless in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan was a great grandmaster of this path and could see through everything. Tuoba Emo had only taken a single step before his rhythm was disrupted by Yi Fan's stomp. Yi Fan swung his leg, sweeping across the battle body that couldn't evade in time. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the sound of bones fracturing rang out from his body. He fell into a pool of blood. Then, Yi Fan took a step forward, stepping on his back. He was like a mountain, making him unable to move at all. Even his breathing stopped. Tuoba Emo had once said that his sacred body was old and couldn't withstand battle anymore. However, today he suffered such an embarrassing situation, being stepped on by Yi Fan in front of everyone. The veins on Tuoba Mo's forehead bulged, but he couldn't break free. It was just a single foot from Yi Fan, yet he couldn't resist even if he used all of his strength. Under the stomp of Yi Fan's foot, all the bones in Tuoba Mo's demon-like body shattered, and his foundation was injured. His 5 secret realms were also damaged, and he was completely paralyzed on the ground, no longer able to struggle. However, he didn't die. Why didn't you kill me? Tuoba Emo was fearless before, but at this moment he felt his hair stand on end. He was exceptionally frightened. He felt that if Yi Fan left him alive, it would be even more terrifying. He felt a great fear. Yi Fan glanced at him and didn't say anything. He looked at the others. There were quite a few groups that could still fight. Everyone, at this point, do you still want to hold back? Do you think you can escape his pursuit? We can only fight here. Emo Wentian's voice was not loud, but there was a sense of authority and coldness in it. He was going all out. 2 of his people had already died in battle. Although he hadn't made a move yet, he knew that Yi Fan was still as powerful as he had been 300 years ago, unshakable. There were 6 or 7 people from the light-shaking realm here, but only Emo Wentian was a direct disciple of the light-shaking realm. Although the others were like master and disciple, they were more accurately his followers. They were originally powerful experts from other star domains, but they had been subdued. However, they had obtained the first half of the heaven-swallowing demonic technique and cultivated this supreme technique. Yi Fan swept his gaze over these people and felt pity for them. He knew that some of them were destined to become the great medicine of the light-shaking realm in the future. Yi Fan would borrow their strength to collect the great medicine of the human world, and then the light-shaking realm would swallow these people. Hua Yunfei had been like this back then. His existence was to help the light-shaking realm, and he couldn't escape this predetermined fate. However, he had been killed by Yi Fan first. Killing intent filled the air, and the battle began once again. Some people took out forbidden tools, but they were not restricted in the flying immortal battlefield. Brilliant rays of light immediately drowned out the heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers in the distance were all evaporated and turned into ashes. This was an exceptionally terrifying attack. Clearly, this was not an ordinary forbidden tool. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to display its might here and shock everyone. Die! A cruel smile appeared on Mo Wentian's face. A painting scroll appeared in his hand, and he also took it out. It exploded and burned in the center of the battlefield that was already boiling over. Another powerful forbidden tool was put to use. Who still has forbidden tools? Use them all. Don't hold anything back. Mo Wentian roared loudly. In the end, another terrifying forbidden tool flew out and landed in the center of the battlefield. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a special magical tool that had been refined specifically for this kind of environment. It required an endless amount of natural treasures to be refined. The light drowned out the area where Yi Fan was. Everyone was excited, and the battle cries once again shook the heavens. They didn't believe that Yi Fan, who was at the lowest point of his life and had no cultivation at all, could still resist such a powerful law attack. However, when the light receded and the world became peaceful again, they saw a demonic figure still standing in the center of the battlefield with one foot onto Oba Mo's back. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Mo Wentian, who was the first to shout that there would be no more human divine physiques in 300 years, was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. There were countless corpses under that person's feet. He stood in the blood and bones. His black hair was scattered, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. He was simply an unrivaled demon king. If you don't have the power of the quasi-emperor, then don't even think about tearing my body apart. The reply he gave them was a simple sentence. The next moment, blood was killed. Yi Fan moved as fast as lightning. He struck out with his palm, and one of the experts from the Alcade mountain range was smashed into meat paste. Then, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to grab a spear and use it to pierce through the bodies of the other two, causing blood to spurt everywhere. During this process, Yi Fan saw the followers of the Overlord roaring as they charged over to destroy him. He couldn't help but think of the accomplished Overlord body from the darkness upheaval. He swung his spear, and those people were all smashed into pieces. Many people were directly cut in half at the waist before exploding into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Then Yi Fan faced 3 stone men. He used his strongest power to shatter them into pieces, and the stone men's blood soared into the sky. At this moment, Yi Fan's blood was boiling. The accomplished Overlord body and the Stone Emperor had bathed the starry sky in blood. The races related to them had never been troubled, but he had encountered such a situation. Many people were shouting that there would be no more human divine physiques like Yi Fan in 300 years. Hearing these words, he was angry at first, but he quickly calmed down. On the other side of the starry sky, he had seen too many similar things. There were old soldiers begging on the streets. Some of the people who had been driven away by the martyrs with their blood and lives were now sitting on the stage in a dignified manner. It was just that they had changed their identities. They were well-dressed and looked dignified. The human heart and human nature were all very normal. Yi Fan became emotionless again. His heart was at peace. As he killed the great sage here, more and more corpses were piling up under his feet. In the end, everyone broke down. Even Mo Wentian was almost scared out of his wits. With a boom, the black vase he had formed from comprehending the great path was shattered by Yi Fan's palm, turning into black light that filled the sky. Bang! Yi Fan stomped him onto the ground, and he lay side by side with Tuobemo. His 5 great secret realms had all been destroyed, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan's fist shattered Yi Ming's Azure Dragon Sword. The shattered pieces of the Azure Sword body all flew back and entered Yi Ming's body. He cried out loudly and also fell into a pool of blood. He lay together with Tuobemo and Wuxian. Everyone else had also died. They had been killed by Yi Fan alone. The ground was dripping with blood, and a red mist drifted about. The smell of blood was very strong, and there were corpses everywhere. This was a scene from hell. In the distance, only the pilgrims were left. There were more and more people, and they had all seen this shocking result. Also human, also God, and also devil. Invincible in the world. Chapter 1621. The battlefield became quiet, and the bloody mist dissipated. Only Yi Fan was left standing. All the enemies had fallen, and no one dared to fight back. This was a land stained with blood. Broken bodies and white bones with traces of blood could be seen everywhere. The scene looked terrifying, like a hellish killing field. Even those who came with the intention of making a pilgrimage felt their hearts tremble. The reputation of the human race's divine physique Yi Fan was indeed earned through fighting. 300 years had passed, and even though he had lost his path and was only left with his physical body, he still could not be offended. Other than the 3 people who were trampled on the ground, all the great sage who came to surround him had been killed. He was cold-blooded and ruthless, making people revere him. Back then, he could give up his life to fight against the Jizun and protect the peace of the region. Now, he could also kill these people who had once been protected. He was swift and decisive. Cough! Wuxian spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. His entire body was in pain. Not only was the great Dao treasured bottle that he had formed with his cultivation crushed by Yi Fan, even all the bones in his body were broken. This result was a disaster for him, and it was also a kind of humiliation. How could he continue to live? The other party would definitely not spare him. Yi Ming was covered in blood, and his body was almost pierced through. The feather azure gold dragon sword had shattered, and the fragments shot into his body. His entire body was covered in blood. Among the 3 of them, Tuobemo was the most indignant. He kept on growling, and the light of a wild beast flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, he could not move. Right now, he was like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Many of the pilgrims did not know how Yi Fan would deal with these 3 people. Someone shouted that he should just kill them to prevent future trouble. Yi Fan looked down on these 3 people, and then shook his head at the crowd in the distance. He did not want to kill these 3 people now. However, this indifferent expression fell into the eyes of Wuxian, Yi Ming, and Tuobemo. It was like being cut by a knife, and their faces burned with pain. Yi Fan's attitude caused their expressions to turn ugly. He did not take them seriously at all, and was not afraid of their retaliation. Tuobemo was furious. He was originally unrestrained and unbridled, a demonic figure. At this moment, his blood naturally began to boil. He felt like he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Wuxian's face was also ashen. When the other party looked at them, the indifference was from the bottom of their hearts. However, to him, this was the greatest form of contempt. They were extremely unwilling and indignant. The coldness on Yi Fan's face made them feel extremely humiliated and tormented. They were the heavens chosen of this generation. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Yi Fan was standing in front of them. They were lying on the ground in such an embarrassing position, their heads touching the ground, not far from his feet. There was a fire burning in his heart. So what if you're back, Yi Fan? Without the law path fragment, you've lost all hope of fighting for supremacy. This is your sorrow and misfortune. Wuxian said coldly. At this moment he could only expose his pain to attack Yi Fan in order to save his pitiful face. Crawling at his opponent's feet, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Do you finally know who I am? Yi Fan said coldly. Then he lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. The 3 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They all bounced up from the impact and stood on the ground again. However, they stumbled a little. The three of them were all arrogant and unyielding. Mo and Tian's eyes were cold, Tuoba Mo's eyes were filled with wild danger, and Yi Ming's face was cold. Even though they had fallen into such a situation, they did not yield. They even looked at Yi Fan provocatively to express their stubbornness and unwillingness to lower their heads. Regarding this, the cultivators who had come on a pilgrimage were all enraged. They loudly rebuked Yi Fan. More and more people gathered. There were many more enemies than Yi Fan had killed. Yi Fan smiled. He looked at the three of them like he was looking at children. His expression caused them to clench their fists tightly. However, what happened next caused them to hate even more. Yi Fan kicked their butts, causing them to fly into the air. Yi Fan! The three of them were enraged. This was really like looking at a child who had made a mistake. Yi Fan had actually kicked their butts. The pain in their bones could not compare to the humiliation and anger on their faces. Who were they? They were all the great sage. They were known as the strongest youths in the last 300 years. In the path of cultivation, they were all geniuses. However, right now, they had been kicked in the butts in front of so many people. This was worse than having their bones broken. The people in the distance were also a little stunned. Then they all laughed out loud. This kind of punishment was really special. Only Yi Fan could do it. Just now, everyone was still trembling. The blood and bones in the field caused their hair to stand on end. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan would give them such cold humor. You are not allowed to come over. Tuoba Mo was enraged. He panted heavily as he stared at the approaching Yi Fan. He kept retreating, fear written all over his face. It was very obvious that Yi Fan had not kicked him to his heart's content, and now he was here again. Ayo! This demon-like man was both in pain and humiliation. Once again he was kicked in the butts by Yi Fan. He flew into the air and let out a howl that sounded like a wolf. Mo and Tian's expression changed. He was next. Yi Fan walked towards him again. His face alternated between green and white, and his eyebrows were raised. His handsome face was full of humiliation and anger as he said, "You can't do this to me." Bang. In the end, a piercing pain came from his butts. He was also kicked in the butts and flew into the air. Don't come over." Yi Ming was a very handsome man. Normally, he had an otherworldly temperament. Who knew how many young girls had fallen for him? However, today he was flustered and exasperated. First, he was fierce, then angry, and now he was afraid. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how much the three top experts roared. In the flying deity battlefield, they were all experts who could command an area. However, at this moment, they were helpless and miserable as their butts were continuously kicked. The 300-year-old great sage was like a disobedient child being kicked in the butts by adults. This was simply unimaginable. I'll fight it out with you." Yi Ming was the first to be unable to bear it. However, it was completely useless. In the end, Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. After a series of kicks, he finally stopped. The three of them grimaced in pain, especially Mo and Tian and Tuoba Mo. In the past, one was cold and sinister, while the other was like a demon. Now, their expressions caused many people to roar with laughter. The dignified great sage, the three top experts, actually ended up like this. They were kicked in the butts and then obediently sat down. This made people feel that it was a little absurd. They pointed at them and roared with laughter. They felt that Senior Ye's heart wasn't old. It should be said that he was very young. He actually did this. 300 years had passed, and his way of doing things hadn't changed much. This battle ended just like that. There were countless corpses on the battlefield, leaving behind a lot of blood and bones. Yi Fan thanked everyone for coming to help him, but he didn't accept their following. Some people still insisted on following him. They weren't willing to leave and were especially excited. They asked him for guidance and even asked about the battle back then. Those things were too distant for them. Fighting a bloody battle with ancient supreme beings was like a major event from a mythical era. In the end, Yi Fan lectured on the scriptures and passed on some of his understandings on cultivation. He talked about some of the great battles in the past, but he still didn't let these people follow him. He had lost the magical path fragment, so he needed to be alone for a while. He needed to find a way to break through it and tread on his own new path. Moreover, he didn't want these people to lose their competitive spirit because of him. Moreover, his road ahead was full of thorns and dangers, so he didn't want them to be implicated. However, there were still 3 people following at his side. They weren't within the scope of Yi Fan's attention. When he was thinking alone, he could ignore them and treat them like air. Meanwhile, these 3's existence was only for him to open the mountain and excavate the ancient cave, temporarily using them as manual labor. It was unknown just how many heroes had died in the Ascension Immortal battlefield since the ancient times. Their blood and souls, the treasures they left behind, and their imperishable great Tao imprints all formed many talismans, engraved on the mountains one after another, forming many caves that were worth exploring. The most precious were ancient scriptures, the blood crystal divine marrow that could allow one to live forever, as well as all types of divine relics left behind by ancient great emperors. If one looked carefully, they would be able to find them. Yi Fan already knew a few things about his old friends. 300 years had passed, and there was no bad news. As for the details, he still didn't know. This made him release a breath of relief. Ji family and Jiang family's vitality was greatly damaged. The damage they suffered in that battle wasn't small, but they were respected by all clans, becoming a holy land. No one would risk universal condemnation to find trouble for them. A great sect named Celestial Court that was full of vitality spread through this starry domain. This was what the 3 laborers added. When he heard this, Yi Fan's expression became a bit absent-minded. He nodded. Right now, he wasn't in a rush to search for his old friends. Now, he already appeared. This news that was enough to shake the world would definitely be spread by others. He believed that he would be able to meet those people soon. Yi Fan built a few thatched cottages at the foot of a mountain, leaning against the mountain and water. This place's scenery was beautiful. He began to study his future path again. It was clear that his appearance couldn't calm this place down. Those who insisted on following him all cultivated nearby, not too far away. As for Mo Wen Tian, Tuoba Mo, and Yi Ming, they excavated every day, following Yi Fan's instructions. They excavated many mountain peaks with talismans, sweat splashing everywhere. Then, they dug into the depths of the earth to collect blood crystals. Imperial Pass erupted with commotion. When news got out, it triggered a huge commotion. Almost no one believed that after 300 years of darkness and chaos, Yi Fan was still alive. Let's go take a look around. In Imperial Pass, no matter how intense the secret battles were, no matter how busy they were, quite a few people couldn't sit still when they heard the news. They wanted to head to the flying Immortal battlefield to take a look, personally verify this. Of course, there were some who kept their cool. Even though they were shocked when they heard this, their eyes quickly became deep. They didn't immediately take action, instead quietly waiting. In the flying Immortal battlefield, gates of light flickered one after another. Figures walked out one after another, many regions filled with the most powerful auras. It was clear that there were some whose cultivation hadn't been severed. This was a sky-shocking great disturbance, as well as a sign that a world-shocking calamity was about to erupt. Yi Fan's return made many people restless, deeply worried. Many exceptional experts came, their might shocking the world for 300 years, every one of them like a sun in the sky. During these years, they established an unmatched reputation. Some were people Yi Fan was familiar with, some were people he had previously heard of but never met. They descended on the flying Immortal battlefield one after another. Everyone suspected that battles were unavoidable no matter what, because some of them were Yi Fan's mortal enemies. Now that he was in his weakest state, this was a rare opportunity. "Master, I'm coming." Right at this moment, a great roar shook the mountains and rivers. A figure rushed over from the distance like a dragon, crushing everything in his way. "If you want to see my master, you have to pass through me first. Who dares fight against me?" The one who came shouted, shaking the heavens. His voice echoed through the heavens above and earth below. There was a type of matchless, unmatched aura that swept over. "It's him!" Everyone's minds sunk, all of them feeling incomparable restraining fear. They all revealed serious expressions. Chapter 1622. It was a muscular man, tall and straight. His black hair draped over his chest and back, giving him a wild and untamed air. His eyes were sharp, and blood chi surged up from the top of his head like a roiling sea. As he stood there, it felt as if the entire universe was about to collapse. The strength of his fleshly body was simply too shocking, giving people a feeling that it was unreal. Yi Fan was a bit taken aback. This majestic man looked a bit unfamiliar, but he immediately knew who he was. That was because his golden blood chi and origin energy were too similar to his own. This was the disciple he had accepted in the 50th stage of the human race's ancient road, Yang Shi, who had saint blood coursing through his veins. So many years had passed, and the rotten child from back then had grown to this level. If it weren't for the fact that his aura was similar, it would be hard to associate him with this person. The immaturity of his youth had long since faded away. Now, he was an indomitable spirit, a peerless expert who dominated an entire region. Master! Yang Shi rushed over, his entire body wreathed in golden blood chi and scarlet light. He was extremely powerful and nothing could stop him. He immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed, calling out, "Master." He was extremely emotional, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks. His body was trembling uncontrollably. When the grievous news came, although Yang Shi was no longer a child, he still cried for several days, unable to control himself. He hated himself for his low cultivation base, for not being able to fight for Yi Fan. He could only wait for that outcome. Because of this, Yang Shi had worked harder than anyone else in the past 300 years. He had bitterly cultivated without rest, which was why he had such a shocking cultivation base. Even those who walked the Emperor's road feared him. During these years, he was simply the second Yi Fan. Golden blood flowed through his veins, and he cultivated the supreme technique of the Saint Physique bloodline. He had swept away all opponents. There was no need to doubt Yang Shi's strength. He had long since been revered by everyone, and was an extremely difficult person to deal with. Even the most powerful people in Yi Fan's generation hadn't dared to touch him. At this moment, he revealed his true feelings. Tears streamed down his face as he said in a trembling voice, "Master, is that really you? Back then, you died in battle outside the domain." The news came so suddenly. At that time, he was heartbroken, but he was powerless to defy the heavens. His master took his life, so he could only cry in grief. And now they could meet again. Even though he wasn't young anymore, he couldn't help but weep. His body trembled as he knelt on one knee in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan also felt a lump in his throat. With the passage of time, many things had changed. He helped Yang Shi up and sized her up, nodding his head repeatedly. "Good boy, you've grown up." There were many things that didn't need to be said. Everything was understood without words, and the emotions contained within were reflected in the fluctuations of his emotions. "Master, you're back. Mistress, senior brother, Black Emperor." If many people in the celestial court knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and cry tears of joy. "Everyone misses you dearly. We will meet again," Yi Fan said bitterly. He didn't hide anything from his disciple. 300 years had passed. It wasn't that he didn't want to return, it was just that he hadn't been able to move for long. "Master, wait a moment. I'll chase away these flies," Yang Shi said to Yi Fan. He wiped away his tears and then suddenly turned around, facing the distance. His face was cold as he said, "My master even fought a supreme being to the death. Even the heavens couldn't subdue him. Who do you think you are?" Scram. He was naturally furious. Back then, Gai Jiuyo, Jiang Taishu, and Ji Zi had passed away one after another, causing the people of the heavenly village to grieve for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan encountered such a thing when he returned. This voice was like a clap of thunder. This roar caused the sky to collapse, and many people's souls to almost leave their bodies. This was the power of a saint bloodline. His physical body was terrifying, and his blood chi overflowed the heavens. Yang Shi had been considered the second of Yi Fan for many years. This kind of unparalleled might was rarely seen in the world. Many people retreated, involuntarily trembling. their blood flowed faster, following the rumbling sound. However, there was no lack of peerless experts among those who came over. After hearing this, their expressions naturally became ice-cold. Someone said, "Junior, you are too arrogant. When we moved unhindered through the world, you weren't even born yet. Even if it was your master who said these words, it still wouldn't be enough." However, as soon as his words sounded, before Xianxia even said anything, a sea of shouts sounded from the back. The people who came with sacred hearts never left, far more than the people who came from Imperial Pass. Those who bore hostility were all shocked. With so many experts here, this represented a type of great power to begin with. If they directly dealt with Yi Fan, then it might incur the wrath of the people of this world. Forget about whether or not he is the true Saint Body Yi Fan. Even if he is, there won't be any emotions here. He is worthy of respect, but this is the Ascension battlefield. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path cannot be cowed. The only thing we can do is that if we win, we can leave him with his life. You are correct. The Saint Body Yi Fan is worthy of respect. If we win against him, we definitely won't kill him. The one who spoke came from Overlord Body's ancestral star, within his body flowing the most heavenly Overlord blood. He and the Saint Body had been mortal enemies since ancient times. He spoke of respect, but his words were truly a type of provocation and humiliation. A group of flies and dogs also dares to act arrogantly. Have the Overlord crawl out here and accept death. You all don't have the qualifications to stand here. Killing you all would be dirtying my master's eyes. This was Xianxia's reply. He towered there like a great golden mountain, overlooking those who came from Overlord Body's ancestral star, not placing them in his eyes at all. Everyone was greatly shaken, all of them incredibly shocked. Regardless of whether it was the enemies or the experts who came to protect Yi Fan, they all shivered inwardly. Overlord, back then, was defeated under Yi Fan's hands, but his true strength was definitely heaven-defying, rarely encountering an opponent in this world. In the entire starry sky, there weren't many who dared fight against him. After several hundred years, Yi Fan's disciple grew up, actually directly challenging the Overlord. How could they not be alarmed? He was going to fight in his master's place, meet the Overlord again. Did the Overlord come? No one knew, but no matter what, with Xianxia here, there was bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. As expected, the expressions of those who came from Overlord Body's ancestral star changed. Immediately, someone broke through the void and rushed toward Xianxia, wanting to fight him. Your tyrant blood is thin, and you are merely descendants. But since you all come from that star, even if you don't provoke my master, just because that old bastard tyrant body is your ancestor, I will still kill all of you. Xianxia was extremely domineering, directly rushing over. He wasn't facing a single person, but all four of them at the same time. With a wave of his palm, a vast and mighty golden astral wind swept out, boundlessly terrifying. The enmity between Overlord Body and Saint Body was too deep. It had started in the mythological era, and they had always fought to the death. Now that they encountered each other, they naturally viewed each other with hostility. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Yi Fan and Xianxia. These people were very strong, but unfortunately, they had encountered a Saint Body with a pure bloodline. Their diluted tyrant blood was not enough, and as soon as they clashed, they suffered a great loss. Pooh! The power of Xianxia's palm was truly too strong. Even in this place where the laws of the Great Tao were suppressed, the astral wind he produced still turned the mountain range in front of him into flying ashes. Moreover, the first person who rushed over was directly smashed into pieces by his palm. His corpse flew in all directions, and purple blood splashed everywhere. This scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Just how powerful was this person? He truly had Yi Fan style, and as expected, he was a direct descendant. For so many years, everyone had been talking about Yi Fan's disciples because they were too powerful, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Among them, Xianxia was undoubtedly a very special one. This was because he and Yi Fan had similar bloodlines, and it was inevitable that he would be compared to his master. In these 300 years, Xianxia had never been burdened by this. On the contrary, he had encouraged himself because of this, hoping that he wouldn't tarnish his master's reputation. He wanted the world to see the continuation of his master's sacred bloodline and continue to blossom with resplendent brilliance. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. Although he wasn't a first-generation saint body, after many years of tempering, he had already reached great heights. He had activated the ancient bloodline's secret realm, and was not any weaker than a true ancient saint body. Even flies and dogs like you dare insult my master? All of you, just die. Xianxia did what he said. His movements were unfathomable and incomparably terrifying. He was like a golden humanoid tyrannical dragon as he moved through the air, a single leap crossing thousands of zhang. Pooh, pooh. In the end, those people were all killed, every single fist drawing blood, bone-fracturing sounds. Xianxia didn't waste too much energy, wiping them all out in one go. Killed well. Many people roared. This place erupted with commotion. In the past, the great completion tyrant body massacred the star domain, participating in the darkness chaos. It left everyone in grief and indignation, but they couldn't do anything about it. If not for the great completion tyrant body sleeping there would have been people who went to tyrant body's ancestral star to fight. Now that someone took action like this, it naturally made everyone feel carefree. The pilgrims who followed in Yi Fan's footsteps were all cheering. Their numbers were great, and right now, there was already a large amount of people gathered, facing the other side with equal harshness. Those were, without a doubt, the most powerful experts who had just descended from Imperial Pass, all of them incomparably powerful. Right at this time, a man who was tall like a devil carried an aura that suppressed the 9 great heavens. He walked over step by step, making the mountains, rivers, and all living things tremble. His appearance made the entire battlefield immediately become quiet, not a single person saying anything. It was because this type of aura was too intimidating, actually leaving one with a soul-trembling fear. Overlord. After more than 300 years, Yi Fan saw this person again. Overlord's appearance made everyone here feel a type of fear, because he was too powerful. That type of, I am the only one, exceptional and unmatched stance left everyone deeply shaken. He directly stared at Yi Fan. Between his thick hair, a pair of eyes were like blades, sharp and oppressive, able to split apart the sky. I never expected to see you again. Can we still fight? Overlord's voice was resounding and deafening, making many people on the battlefield tremble, their ears feeling like they were going to split apart. You are still going to lose. Yi Fan spoke, his voice extremely soft, and also extremely natural, but it was like a great bell that shook the world. Many people were greatly shaken when they heard this. This was like a clap of thunder. After 300 years passed, Yi Fan's body's condition was extremely terrible, even losing magical force, yet he was still this confident. When everyone looked at him, they all carried a type of deep reverence. Under the sunlight, Yi Fan's body burned with a layer of brilliance, giving him a type of unmatched style. It had already been 300 years. His magical Dao fragments disappeared, but his flesh, after fighting against a supreme being, was reconstructed again. It became even more powerful. In this battle, he didn't fear anyone. You are too arrogant. Overlord's eyes became even more terrifying. They didn't have pupils, instead turning into terrifying purple light, hacking out terrifying beams of light like blades. Years ago, he had been defeated by Yi Fan, which was the greatest humiliation of his life. When he found out that Yi Fan was still alive, his entire body trembled, and the violet blood in his body boiled. He wanted to avenge the humiliation of the past. Hegemin, Xianxia shouted, stop putting on airs. Years ago, my master defeated you. If it weren't for the Dao protectors from the ancient road interceding on your behalf, you would already be dead. What qualifications do you have to contend with my master? Today I'll fight you. He had already asked for Yi Fan's permission and was going to fight against the Overlord. He walked forward with large steps. The Saint Body bloodline was truly incredible. This was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. They were all shaken. Years ago, Yi Fan had already defeated the Overlord, and now his disciple had also grown up and was about to fight the Overlord. The overlord's entire body was seething with violet qi. With a roar, the mountains and rivers in the surroundings all collapsed. His expression was incomparably cold and incomparably terrifying. To him, this was intolerable. In the back, someone spoke up, saying, "Are the younger generation all this arrogant now?" That was a sphere of flames, within it a humanoid figure that came from Imperial Pass. Right now, he was currently releasing terrifying power, his cultivation still not completely severed. Fire Spirit Gray Flame. Many people cried out in alarm. This old holy spirit's name shook the starry skies, just too powerful and terrifying. They never expected him to appear, moreover express his stance, wishing to deal with Yi Fan. After all these years passed, you haven't advanced an inch, still not reaching the quasi-emperor realm. It's been hard on you. Yi Fan said with a smile, his mood extremely good. When he saw these old friends, he couldn't help but think back to the glorious past, making his battle blood unable to help but surge. When the fire spirit Gray Flame heard this, his face immediately fell. His age was great, his seniority even more so far greater than Yi Fan's master. When he was ridiculed like this, his eyes became incomparably cold. In the past, when he fought against the old lunatic, the entire universe was shocked. Apart from those few people, no one was his opponent. More than 300 years had passed, and several generations of people had grown up, but he still hadn't taken another step forward. He couldn't enter that checkpoint. Even though he was only a hair's breadth away, he just couldn't succeed. This made him feel stifled. Now, it was exposed by others like this, so how could he feel happy? This was especially the case when these were all his juniors, making his expression even more gloomy. Then let me see if you've improved or not. Gray Flame spoke coldly and ruthlessly. He walked over step by step, entire body surging with fiery light, forming a divine ring forged from heavenly flames, protecting him within. His body was resplendent, intimidating. It was clear that even though he came to the flying immortal battlefield, his cultivation was still powerful, not completely severed. Roar. Before Yi Fan said anything, a roar that sounded like a tsunami sounded from the distance. There was someone who exceeded extreme speed, quickly closing in. Fire Spirit, do not flaunt your seniority. My master had previously fought against ancient supreme beings. Do you dare? Now, you are not worthy of fighting against my master. This Buddha will send you to the afterlife. It wasn't a single person who came, but rather two figures who arrived together, both of them fast to the extreme. The one who shouted was a Baldi. Anglong. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens, divine radiance covering the sun. Two terrifying figures flew over, descending from the sky, powerful to the extreme. Master, we've come. Yi Tong and Hua Hua appeared at the same time, kneeling down together, their faces covered in tears, trembling with excitement. Get up. Yi Fan helped them up. Senior brother, let's join hands and flatten all of them. Let's see who dares to continue acting so arrogantly. Yang Shi, who was currently confronting the overlord on the other side, shouted. All right. Yi Tong replied. Fiery light rushed into the heavens from his entire body. He took a step out, directly pressing towards Fire Spirit Gray Flame, saying, Today, you are mine. Come and fight. Everyone was shaken, even the supreme experts who came from Imperial Pass shivering inwardly. This was Yi Fan's great disciple, someone who had shaken the cosmos for so many years, making them feel incomparable restraining fear. 3 of Yi Fan's disciples came at once, all of them exceptionally powerful, intimidating everyone. Chapter 1623. Blood Brothers in War, Father and Son Soldiers in Battle. 3 of Yi Fan's disciples appeared at the same time, each more powerful than the last. All of them had the ability to shake the heavens and earth. Yang Shi's golden blood qi and scarlet light gushed forth, resembling a boundless divine sea, causing the earth to tremble. This was the portrayal of a supreme saint physique. Hua Hua, boundless Buddhist Dharma. Standing there, bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas could be seen chanting sutras behind him, causing him to stand at the center of this world. Yi Tong had the sun physique. Every part of his flesh and blood seemed to contain a blazing sun, dazzling and resplendent. His entire person flowed with a holy light. During these years, their names have long shaken the starry space, shocking the various races. This wasn't just bragging, it was because they themselves possessed supreme might and were sufficiently powerful. After 300 years of battle, the three of them had long established their own illustrious names in the starry space. At this moment, the three of them walked over. Every step they took caused the heavens and earth to rumble and tremble. They were like three golden mountains, shaking the hearts of people as divine might blotted out the sky and earth. Let alone combat. Just their invincible aura alone was enough to cause people to feel fear. Each of them was extraordinary, and when they came together, they directly caused the heavens and earth to crumble. They were like three ancient war gods descending to the mortal world. Divine halos shot out one after another, enveloping them within. Their supreme auras caused many people to be unable to stand stably, on the verge of collapsing. The three disciples of Yi Fan acted together, causing everyone to tremble in fear. "Tyrant King, come and fight me." Xianxia was the first to rush over, facing off against the current supremacy lord of the Ether Tyrant bloodline. What sort of character was the Tyrant King? He was the strongest expert of the current generation of the Ether Tyrant bloodline and had an invincible attitude. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as a violet light gleamed in them. Boom! He stepped out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A palm slammed down, shattering the space and aiming for Xiangshi's forehead, wanting to destroy his immortal foundation. The Tyrant King had a very high opinion of himself. In this world, there were only a few people who could enter his eyes. He didn't want to say anything when facing the disciples of his mortal enemy. He only wanted to swiftly destroy them, killing them on the spot. On the other side, flames towered up into the sky. Yi Tong faced off against Song Yen. The other had a sun body, possessing the same bloodline as the sun's sacred emperor, extremely powerful. The other was an innate fire spirit that was born from the will of the heavens and spiritual energy. It moved while bathed in flames, a supreme being of flames. Its might shook the starry skies, impossible to go against. The two of them fought against each other. Flames overflowed into the heavens, burning down heaven and earth in all directions. Everyone retreated. That place became scorched earth, turning into magma. Only two figures remained, fighting intensely. This did not seem like a battle in the mortal world. It was more like a battle between the gods of the heavenly realm. Buddha is merciful. Master is the strongest. Hey, the kids on the other side, if you're not convinced, jump over. Brother Buddha will send you to paradise. When it was Hua's turn to appear, it didn't sound right. Although his bald head was shiny, he didn't look dignified at all. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a bald man pretending to be an eminent monk. He was loud and carefree like Trumbo, shouting at the other side. However, he was indeed powerful. Ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifested in front and behind him, and the Buddhist scriptures rumbled. It should have been holy and auspicious, dignified and dignified, but it was destroyed by his own temperament. "That brat, come over here. Weren't you shouting happily just now? Don't run, evil creature, see how this grandpa is going to deal with you." He moved his long legs, rushing over with so-so sounds. The people on the other side were so angry their noses became crooked. Hua had a brat here and there, brat after brat, who was stronger. The people on this side all had grizzled beards. They had cultivated for most of their lives, yet they felt that they were too old to be his ancestors. "Hey brat, you really are fierce. However, no matter how great your divine abilities are, you still can't escape from this grandpa's palm. Jia, evil creature, come with me, help me guard the mountain gate." What kind of Buddha child was this? It was more like an old monster laughing strangely. The great battle couldn't be avoided. Everyone's eyes were dazzled as they watched. The ones before them were all exceptional experts from Imperial Pass, yet now, they were stopped, unable to pass the 3 trials. Everyone trembled, not because of anything else, but because those 3 all came from under Yi Fan, having the same master. Just how powerful was this person, to be able to teach these disciples? Everyone shivered inwardly. Right now, Yi Fan didn't take action, but everyone felt deep reverence. Even though he had never personally taught his disciples and had only imparted them cultivation methods, allowing them to freely forge their own paths, the three of them had all soared to the sky, and each of them had become an outstanding talent that attracted the attention of the world. There was nothing more intimidating than this. The three disciples under Yi Fan could even contend against this world's exceptional figure, so just how terrifying was he himself? On the battlefield, it was incredibly intense, all types of light flying about. Xianxia was a humanoid dragon, his attacks fast like lightning, his eyes like two torches burning. His legs swept out, facing the Overlord's palm, erupting with dazzling golden radiance. Even though he was confident, he didn't dare act carelessly, using all of his strength to face the Overlord. After all, this was an Overlord of a generation who had fought against his master, rarely meeting an opponent in this world. Boom! A huge ball of light erupted, golden radiance and purple chi rushed up together, shaking the vast sky. The purple sun and golden sun exploded together. The entire place seemed to have been engulfed by a divine sea. In the end, the two separated. Yangxi's body was forced back a few steps, but he wasn't injured. That leg of his was undamaged, his entire body was tall and strong, like a true dragon waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Yangxia was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifying to this extent. He didn't rely on techniques, but rather he was able to fight against a peerless character like the Overlord head-on, and he was actually unharmed. One had to know that the Overlord of today was invincible. It was difficult to find a true opponent. His path was filled with blood, and he had stepped on countless corpses to reach this point. Many people had seen him tear apart one great sage after another with his bare hands, bathed in blood as he walked through the starry sky. His entire body was overflowing with blood, emitting a demonic aura. And now Yangxia was actually powerful to this extent, able to contend against a peerless character like the Overlord, deciding who was the winner. Yi Fan's disciple was truly worthy of reverence. Boom! The Overlord's pupils were frighteningly purple. There wasn't a single white in his eyes, and it was impossible to see his pupils clearly. All that was left was a purple radiance. He forcefully clenched his fists, and dense purple chi rose, transforming into a purple lightning bolt as he pounced over. Tyrant Fist. This was a supreme fist technique that could contend against the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was a supreme secret technique of the tyrant blood of the ether heavens. Everyone was shocked. The Overlord's killing intent had been aroused, and he was using such a peerless fist technique. In the past, this was a secret technique that had even caused Yi Fan to bleed. Although he had been suppressed by Yi Fan in the end, it was enough to show how terrifying this technique was. Hey! Yangxia wasn't afraid. He clenched his right fist, and golden light and scarlet light simultaneously burst forth as he similarly countered with his fist. It was actually the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a technique that Yi Tong had taught him on behalf of Yi Fan, and it was most suitable for the Saint Physique bloodline. Yangxia had already comprehended it thoroughly, and he had walked a path that was suitable for him. Moreover, back then, when Yi Fan defeated the Overlord, he had taken the Overlord's fist technique from his Yuan Shen. His disciple was no stranger to the Overlord's fist technique. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation gate of heaven and earth opened, and the 6 universes rotated to resist the Overlord's fist technique. In an instant, everything was crushed, and this place became a land of annihilation. Boom! Blazing light and boundless radiance ravaged the earth, and 2 figures were sent flying. The Overlord stood upright on the ground like a javelin, but his fist was bleeding, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. The purple blood was astonishing, and it was exuding a strange demonic power. On the other side, Yangxia staggered a little, but he finally stabilized his body. The flesh on his palms and fingers were torn, and even his bones were exposed. 2 of his fingers were even broken, and they were twisted out of shape. But in the end, he had blocked the attack. After a series of cracking sounds, his broken bones were reconnected, and his flesh was healed. When the 2 of them met, Yangxia would definitely be able to protect himself, and he would be able to fight a decisive battle. The Overlord, you live up to your reputation. Xianxia said sincerely. However, when he heard this, the Overlord's face darkened to the extreme. If it was Yi Fan who said it, it would be fine, but this was his disciple. Boom! The Overlord's hair stood on their ends, and his aura suddenly increased by a large margin. Behind him, there were 9 great divine images faintly appearing, and he was surprisingly not suppressed in this place. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia said coldly. Behind him, the avatar of the Saint Physique appeared, and the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, and the Kuanpeng all danced in the air, protecting him. The Overlord's killing intent had been ignited, and he wanted to kill Xianxia in this place. If this continued, even if he won, his reputation would be ruined. Boom! On the other side, Yi Tong was fighting against Song Yan. Although the fire spirit's cultivation was higher, in front of the sun physique, it was innately suppressed. This result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. That was the fire spirit Song Yan. Just based on the fact that he was only a hair away from becoming the quasi-emperor, his cultivation was already enough to look down on the world. But now Yi Tong was unstoppable. His entire body erupted with blazing light, and he was like a heavenly deity from the legendary era. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Song Yan's expression was cold. Although he felt that he had several methods to eliminate Yi Tong and suppress this junior, he would still have to pay a heavy price. The more he fought, the colder his heart became. This was a junior that had only cultivated for a few years, and was much younger than him. If he couldn't kill Yi Tong with lightning speed, it would be considered his defeat. However, he really couldn't do anything. Yi Tong was too powerful, and with the divine halo covering his body, the heaven and earth trembled. He couldn't contend against him. The fire spirit couldn't move at all. He vaguely heard the sounds of an archaic sacrificial ritual. Behind Yi Tong, he saw a vast battlefield. Tens of thousands of spirits worshipping the human emperor. He was incomparably shocked, as if he was facing the Sun Saint Emperor and not his descendant, Yi Tong. One school with 3 disciples, all of them so heaven-defying. In the future, even if the Saint Physique Yi Fan doesn't make a move, these disciples are enough to sweep through all enemies. Wrong, these aren't all of his disciples. Rumor has it that there's still a second disciple that hasn't appeared yet. His strength must be even more astonishing. This place was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the enemies or the pilgrims, they were all shocked. This was clearly a terrifying fact. The Yi Fan lineage had truly risen today. Even without him, these disciples alone were enough to bring the celestial court to greater heights. Everyone could see that any one of these disciples was enough to pass on the mantle and push the lineage to the peak of glory. And now, several of them appeared at the same time. This was simply heaven-defying. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Even the disciples were like this, let alone the master. Everyone was guessing how terrifying Yi Fan would be if he still had his magical power. What was the strongest? His own body was unmoving, and his disciples were enough to settle everything. This was enough to show one or two things. This was a type of great might. Chapter 1624. My Buddha is merciful, Master is above. Brat, don't run, hurry up and follow me to guard the mountain gate. Hua displayed his divine might. The Dao technique he displayed was extremely special. Lotus flowers appeared from his mouth, and one after another flew out. They were all translucent and flickering with radiance, directly crushing the void in front of him. Everyone was stupefied, and they were even more shocked. This Baldi could actually display this type of Dao technique here without being suppressed. In the heavens above and earth below, I am the Supreme One. Evil creature, why aren't you restraining yourself? This poor monk is here to send you off from the afterlife. Lotus flowers flew out from Hua's mouth one after another, suppressing forward, smashing his opponent until he staggered. His entire body was covered in blood, unable to endure it. This type of technique was extremely special, but in the eyes of that opponent, he was undoubtedly a trash, completely unreasonable. He could actually squander his cultivation like this in the flying immortal battlefield. If he left this place, just how deep would his cultivation be? Just the thought alone made people shiver. Hua was the first to deal with his opponent, suppressing him. Then he looked forward, staring at the next person. That was actually a Buddhist nun from the ancient Amitabha star field. Hey, female Baldy, you actually dare to provoke my master. You've violated the precepts. Wait for this poor monk to capture you. He held the violet gold alms bowl in his hand, and with a pressure of Mount Tai, he smashed over. Long. Tens of thousands of strands of Buddhist light appeared. The alms bowl turned into a dome of heaven, hiding the sky and covering the earth, covering that area. Filthy brat, you are the scum of the Buddhist path, not worthy of being a Buddhist child, the nun said coldly. She held the demon-subduing pestle in her hand, valiantly leading the way. She actually directly fought in close combat. This poor monk is a Buddhist disciple of the celestial court, different from you. Female Baldy, your killing intent is too heavy, and you are not righteous. You are not worthy of being a Buddha, Hua said shamelessly. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that he wasn't bald? No matter how they looked at him, they felt that this disciple of Yi Fan's was too heavy, as if he was raised by bandits. If not for the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas chanting sutras behind him, people definitely wouldn't believe that he was a monk. The exorcism pestle and the purple gold alms bowl collided. Rays of Buddhist light burst forth, and two great Buddhas vaguely appeared, confronting each other. The Amitabha Buddha and Shakyamuni Buddha's Daoists were confronting each other. These were similar yet different Daoists. They were connected to each other, but also opposed each other. An intense explosion erupted. What a powerful Dao! Everyone sighed in admiration. Abbess, you can't do it. Watch Brother Buddha's own Dao to subdue you. Hua didn't have a proper appearance. With a loud cry, over 10,000 flowers flew out from her head. Each of them was a type of great Dao, and after each flower bloomed, there was a Hua sitting inside. It was a very strange sight. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Why did it look a little like Emperor Vicious flower blooming with a single thought? But there were some differences. Abbess, I'm here. Hua howled loudly. Above his head, tens of thousands of flower buds bloomed and rays of multicolored light shone. Tens of thousands of himself pounced forward together. It seemed like every one of them had mana and cultivation. At this moment, it wasn't just the abbess who was shocked. Her face was pale and she quickly retreated. Even the crowd was alarmed. What kind of cultivation technique did this brat cultivate? Emperor Vicious cultivation technique was aesthetically pleasing. At that moment, there would be tens of thousands of sparkling petals fluttering in the air. There were endless incarnations everywhere between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, his cultivation technique was unconventional. He directly hatched tens of thousands of himself from the flowers, and they all rushed over one after another. The tens of thousands of bald heads howled loudly, each displaying their mana and attacking together. That kind of power was truly astonishing. The nun was alarmed and used her full strength to attack. Buddhist karmic flames overflowed into the heavens and engulfed the skies in an instant. Many figures became indistinct. They were actually all void images, but they could be passed off as real. However, not all of the figures were fake. One of them possessed extreme fighting strength and rushed over with the real body, suppressing the nun together. In addition, there was a group of figures with weak fighting strength that pounced forward. The nun was greatly alarmed and couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Bam! In the end, a seemingly inconspicuous figure suddenly showed his might and his strength skyrocketed. He held an alms bowl in his hand and smashed it on the back of the nun's head, who was fighting with Hua's real body and Daoist body. Although the nun was suppressed and put into the alms bowl, she was full of indignation and almost cursed the rogue monk. Abbess, you're still far from being able to fight with me. Don't you think about how many people's cultivation techniques I have integrated to create such an invincible secret technique? Hua chuckled and glanced at the inside of the alms bowl in his hand. Let me tell you, this is the supreme technique of universal and 8 desolation. It has integrated Emperor Vicious blossoming flower with one thought, the sacred emperor's 10 million years transformation, my master's Daoist body, and the golden body forged by the power of faith of Buddhism. It's not a loss for you to lose. You're far from it, he said while weighing the alms bowl in his hand. Obviously, the figure who sneak-attacked the nun and smiled wickedly was cast by him with the power of faith. In the hands of other eminent monks, it must be dignified and compassionate, but in his hands, it was so wretched. Is he also Senior Ye's disciple? The style doesn't seem like it. The style is too different. How can this Baldy be so unconventional? If you knew that he was raised by that dog called the Black Emperor, and that he was taught the values of his childhood by that wicked Taoist who dug up people's ancestral graves, you wouldn't have any doubts. The crowd whispered and looked at him strangely. On the other side, the battle between Yang Shi and the tyrant had reached its climax. In the final stage, when the 9 divine images of the tyrant blood of the firmament appeared, heaven and earth seemed to lose color. Not to mention the others, even Yi Fan's eyes became sharp. He stared at the battlefield and paid close attention to it as he walked forward step by step. Boom! An earth-shattering aura filled the air as the 9 divine images collided with the holy physique. In the final stage, a terrifying light exploded. That place was completely destroyed. 2 figures were sent flying. The tyrant stepped out. His right hand was still bleeding, but other than that he was unharmed. Yang Shi, on the other hand, was covered in blood. He staggered and retreated a long distance, but he was smiling. He didn't feel the slightest bit depressed. He said, "The tyrant is indeed strong." His injuries weren't light, but they weren't serious. He had withstood the tyrant's most powerful secret technique. His face was full of confidence and radiance. The tyrant's face was as gloomy as still water. He was incomparably frustrated. This was only a disciple of his enemy, but he had actually blocked his 9 divine images and didn't die. This was a huge blow to the tyrant. Yang Shi, on the other hand, could still fight. He quickly used the secret character to heal his wounds. His broken bones reconnected, and his flesh healed. He was full of vigor again. Seeing this scene, the tyrant's face became even more gloomy. Back then, Yi Fan had stolen the secret character and the tyrant fist from his primordial spirit. This was a great humiliation to him. Die, Junior. The tyrant's right palm suddenly surged with purple energy. All the blood in his body condensed there. The purple blood boiled and then turned red, gathering in his 5 fingers. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Yang Shi. The purple color of that palm had faded away, and it was now a dazzling scarlet. This was the essence of the tyrant's ether blood. It could be called true blood, and it was known to be able to kill deities. Everyone was shocked. The tyrant had slaughtered his way here. He had once barehandedly torn apart many great sage in the starry sky. He was bathed in divine blood, and he had stepped on too many corpses. Some peerless enemies had died to the ether blood. Yi Fan moved like lightning. He arrived in an instant, cutting off the tyrant's path. Hong! Yi Fan's fist smashed out, landing on that blood-red palm. Heaven and earth erupted, the heavens exploding, the earth sinking. Even with the protection of the formation, it could restore this place to how it was before, but right now, it couldn't stop this destructive force. Everything was destroyed. When the last bit of light receded, the tyrant and Yi Fan were standing face to face. His right hand was broken, and scarlet blood flowed all over the ground. He staggered backwards. Yi Fan stood there, steady like a boulder. His fingers were sparkling and not damaged in the slightest. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This result didn't need to be said. After 300 or 400 years, the tyrant was once again defeated. During these 300 years, even though Yi Fan was muddle-headed, his flesh had always been transforming. After fighting a supreme being from the life-restricted region, he had exploded. During these years, his flesh had been reconstructed and tempered. It was a terrifying sublimation. "Master, I can take it," Yang Shi mumbled, protesting in a low voice. The golden color of his right palm receded. Half of his palm was scarlet, but it didn't cover the entire palm. It was clear that this was the true blood essence of his divine body. "You are still young. There is no need to fight to the death like this," said Yi Fan. Obviously, if they really fought, Yang Shi would suffer a great loss. Even if his life wasn't in danger, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch his disciple fight to the death. 10 years. In another 10 years, I will be able to cover my entire palm with scarlet true blood. When that time comes, Xianxi's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the tyrant. Everyone was shocked. They could sense Xianxi's exuberant fighting spirit. He had beaten the tyrant to the point where he could defeat him in 10 years. Master, I would like to ask you to let him go one more time. In 10 years, disciple is willing to fight with him. Finally, he spoke his heart. The tyrant's eyes had already dimmed, and his body was hunched over. The defeat just now had been a huge blow to him. However, after hearing Xianxi's words, he stood up straight, and his eyes shone with endless killing intent. Master, I long to fight with someone from the tyrant blood of the ether heavens. Xianxi repeated. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then nodded and agreed to his request. I have never lost my fighting spirit. When the tyrant blood of the ether heavens reappears, the entire world will tremble. The tyrant roared. He suddenly turned around and walked away. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. In the end, when he was about to disappear, he tore the void apart. The tyrant left in a frenzy. However, from now on he was no longer viewed as an opponent by Yi Fan. To him, this was the greatest tragedy. Yi Fan gazed at the tyrant body's ancestral star. On the other side, the battle between Yi Tong and the fire spirit Grey Flame was also coming to an end. The fire spirit Grey Flame had finally used a forbidden secret technique. It was a terrifying demonic light that was frighteningly black. This was an extremely terrifying flame that he had collected. It was known as the celestial Yin flame, and it wasn't blazing hot. Instead, it was icy cold. As soon as it appeared, it could freeze people's bones. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that the fire spirit Grey Flame would be able to find such a legendary flame from the Age of Legends. It was truly shocking. The celestial Yin flame was clearly fatal to the extreme Yang physique. Grey Flame's entire body was dripping with blood. He had extracted this flame from his sealed body and turned it into a weapon. This made him pay a heavy price. However, a cold smile hung on the corner of Yi Tong's mouth. He was not afraid in the slightest. In an instant, he struck out 18 ancient characters that sealed the sky. The first 9 ancient characters were the 9 Emperor characters of the ancient Sun scripture, while the last 9 ancient characters were the 9 talismans of the Mother Moon scripture. The two of them complemented each other and circulated with each other, directly sealing and collecting the celestial fire of extreme Yin. What? You have the extreme Yang physique and also cultivate the ancient Moon scripture? Grey Flame was shocked. You're too ignorant. My aunt has the extreme Yin physique. We've exchanged ancient scriptures before. Yi Tong sneered. Grey Flame's expression was cold to the extreme. He didn't think that he would actually miscalculate. However, he was not afraid. His true cultivation was a level higher than Yi Tong. He decided to use his trump card. He didn't want to waste any more time. In an instant, he brought out a great killing weapon. It was a forbidden weapon. His heart was dripping blood. He felt that this was too wasteful. This was an artifact that he had refined all of the divine materials in recent years. It could only be used once or twice. This was a picture scroll. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It wasn't suppressed by the flying immortal battlefield. This was one of the fire spirit Grey Flame's trump cards. This artifact was too powerful. It shattered the vacuum and brought with it the scars of 10,000 heavenly Daoists. It pressed downwards. For any great sage, if they weren't prepared, it would be a calamity. Within this divine picture, Grey Flames sealed the souls of more than 10 great sage. It contained their Dao and techniques. Once it erupted, all living things would be killed. Unfortunately, the result made him despair again. Strands of emperor-level fluctuations rippled outwards. Yi Tong held a golden scepter in her hand and waved it towards him. This was the scepter of the celestial court. It was a supreme quasi-emperor artifact. 300 years ago, during the most powerful darkness chaos in history, almost all emperor artifacts were destroyed. They were either crippled or completely disappeared. It was rare to see them again. From then on, the Quasi-Emperor artifact became the most powerful weapon in the universe. Now that it appeared, it undoubtedly possessed a powerful deterrent force. If Grey Flame didn't use the forbidden weapon and continued the battle, his chances of winning would be extremely high. However, he didn't want to lose face and was unwilling to continue fighting with the junior. He wanted to quickly end the battle. Yi Tong naturally used the Quasi-Emperor artifact. The golden scepter of the celestial court shattered the divine picture and then smashed apart the fire spirit Grey Flame, causing his primordial spirit to be extinguished. How could this be? Grey Flame trembled. His physical body was shattered and the last strand of his primordial spirit was gradually extinguished. He didn't expect this kind of result. In this world, he was so powerful. He had roamed unhindered his entire life and walked proudly. Yet he ended up like this. There was no more suspense. The fire spirit of a generation died just like that. This battle ended. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan's 3 disciples were too powerful. Yi Tong fought against the fire spirit Grey Flame. Hua Hua suppressed many powerful enemies, and even the youngest disciple, Yang Shi, could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with an overlord. Chapter 1625. The first battle ended, the overlord silently leaving, the most powerful fire spirit of a generation falling. This result was undoubtedly shocking. Yi Fan's 3 great disciples rose up in this great world, looking down on the world. The 3 figures were surrounded by divine halos, standing side by side. They were like war gods from the ancient times, appearing in this world, rarely encountering opponents in this world. The surroundings were quiet, everyone holding their breaths. Yi Fan's disciples were already like this, growing up. How could his old enemies endure this? If they fought again, who would they face? Right now, no one was targeting them. Even though there were still exceptional experts in Imperial Pass watching coldly from the sidelines, not truly hurrying over, this battle would definitely stir them up greatly. Everyone scattered, this place becoming peaceful again. Of course, there were some who wanted to follow Yi Fan who didn't go far, lingering about nearby. They were waiting, hoping for an opportunity. Master, who are these 3 losers? In front of the thatched cottage, Hua Hua tilted his head, his bald head as if it had been waxed, shining brilliantly. He looked at Mo Wenin, Tuoba Mo, and Yi Ming with a frivolous expression. Baldy, who are you talking about? Tuoba Mo immediately became angry. Being forcefully suppressed by Yi Fan and captured to do manual labor was one thing, but he was actually looked down upon by a Baldy. Brat, you're asking for a beating, daring to criticize Brother Buddha. Why don't you take a look at who you are? Pour a cup of tea for this Buddha, don't forget your status. Hua Hua sat down on a wooden stool, ordering Tuoba Mo around. Baldy, do you dare boast shamelessly? Do you dare fight against me? Tuoba Mo's anger surged, rushing straight to the top of his head. He pressed forward with large steps. A fight is a fight. Who's going to slap who? Hua Hua stood up, a palm slapping over. Without any suspense, Tuoba Mo flew outwards, falling into the dust. It was because he had been seriously injured by Yi Fan, his 5 great secret realms all broken. Recovering was incomparably difficult. Monk, if you have the guts, then let me recover. I'll beat you up until you can't even recognize Amitabha. Tuoba Mo felt great hatred. He was a demon-like character who was unbridled in this world. He had always been domineering and did things as he pleased. However, right now, he felt extremely sullen. Who do you think you are? Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to challenge me. If I have to respond to every single one of them, wouldn't I be annoyed to death? Hua Hua sneered. On the way here, he had already heard about these 3 people, especially when he learned that this devil-like man had once said that his master, Yi Fan, was old and could not withstand a single blow. Naturally, he remembered it. The monk's revenge was definitely not a simple matter. Brat, I heard that you're quite arrogant. You want to fight with my junior apprentice brother Yang Shi to prove that you're stronger than my master? I also heard you say that in 300 years, there will no longer be a human clan divine physique. Yi Fan would have died long ago. How sinister. Hua Hua stared at Mo Wen Tian again. Mo and Tian snorted coldly and did not reply. Hua Hua smiled and said, "Fine, I see that you have the root of wisdom. You are one of us Buddhists. Today, this poor monk will lead you back to your place." What do you want to do?" Mo and Tian's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition that something was wrong. He stared at Hua Hua warily. However, how could he resist now? He was immediately restrained by Hua Hua. Then, Hua Hua took out a shiny razor and pressed it against Mo and Tian's head unhurriedly. Then Hua Hua started to cut him. "Stop!" Mo and Tian shouted loudly. His face had turned green. How could this monk be so unconventional and immoral? He actually wanted to deal with him like this. Almsgiver, scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. Hua Hua had a despicable smile on his face. He waved the razor in his hand, and the shiny blade light danced in the air like paper falling from the sky. Mo and Tian roared wildly. However, his head was pressed down and he could not move at all. He could only feel his jet-black hair falling down and a cold wind blowing on his head. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Almsgiver, you have achieved enlightenment. The 3,000 strands of worry have already disappeared. Hua Hua sheathed his saber and looked like a peerless swordsman. Then, he swung his saber a few more times and struck a cool pose. Mo and Tian's face turned green. He wished he could step on Hua Hua's bald head. Finally, he could not help but let out a long roar. However, there was no messy black hair, only a bald head. Hua Hua took a step back and sheathed his razor. He put his palms together and said, "Amitba." Very good, very good. Almsgiver, from now on, you will be with me and with Buddha. With a thought, the flowers will bloom. Master is above. His rambling made Mo and Tian so angry that he wanted to bite someone. This Baldy was too immoral. "Oh, that's right. Didn't you just scold Baldy? Could it be that you were talking about him?" Hua Hua asked to Mo. Then he pointed at Mo and Tian. The two people involved had ashen faces. Their eyes were spitting fire as they stared at him fiercely. "That is not right." Hua Hua corrected him. Then he walked towards to Mo and said, "Buddha said that all living things are equal. How can you discriminate against almsgiver Mo? You are the same as him." Shwa shwa shwa. Cold light flashed. Saber lights danced in the air. Tuoba Mo had also become bald. His skull was shiny, and one could clearly see the veins on his face throbbing. His entire body was trembling as he pounced towards Hua Hua. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. He was slapped to the ground. Don't come over." Yi Ming shouted. "I hate pretty boys the most. Their transcendent auras are nothing compared to the common people. Come, I will give you riches and allow you to return to your natural state." Bang! Hua Hua swung his fist and gave Yi Ming a black eye. He said, "You guys dare to insult my master? Even if your master is here, he won't be able to do it." When Yi Fan, Yang Shi, and Yi Tong walked over, Hua Hua had already cleaned up. There were now 3 bald heads on the ground. The 3 victims were all trembling. They were so angry that they could not even speak. "Senior brother, acting like this isn't right. No matter what, they are people with status. How could you do this?" Yang Shi criticized. Then he pulled them up one by one and said, "Come with me." Everyone's temperament was different, so their way of doing things was naturally different as well. Yang Shi dragged these 3 people he hated to the extreme to fight them one-on-one. He was a battle maniac. "Junior brother, you really are quite fierce. Even their secret realms have been broken through. Don't accidentally slap them to death." Hua Hua reminded, "It's fine. Don't we have your Nirvana heart scripture? Let them recover for now. I will pay attention." Yang Shi said. In the following days, earth-quaking sounds could be heard from the distance, as well as the 3 individuals' furious roars. The battle maniacs began to loosen up their muscles and bones. In Imperial Pass, the atmosphere was a bit strange. The fire spirit died. The overlord was defeated. During these past few days, everyone was discussing this, all of them unable to calm down. Yi Fan revived, reappearing in this world after 300 years. This news could already be considered to be true, shaking up the only true path, leaving everyone shocked. Right now, everyone was thinking to themselves. If Yi Fan truly recovered his cultivation, then just what kind of strength would he have? This was a question worthy of serious consideration from everyone who wished to tread the emperor path. It was because in the future, they might truly have to face it. Perhaps it might be a heavenly moat that stopped everyone. Who would have thought that I didn't see incorrectly that day? It really was him. West Bodhisattva released a light sigh. Back then, they had previously rushed into Central Continent Immortal Manor world together, having a period of friendship. Golden Cicada's white clothes were otherworldly. He nodded and said, "That is a powerful person. However, if anyone wishes to enter the emperor path, they have to pass through him." That day, Tianda stood on an ancient building in Imperial Pass, gazing into the distance. He sensed the emperor's sovereign immortal scripture, not affected by the outside world's atmosphere. Only after a long time had passed did he open his eyes, silently looking towards a gate of light. That place led directly to the flying immortal battlefield. On his body, purple energy rushed into the heavens, vast and mighty, as if a deity was about to set out, giving off an immeasurable feeling, a pair of eyes able to annihilate the endless starry skies. "I've captured the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture. I'll wait a bit longer, I'll meet you soon." This was what he said quietly. "What? Master, you actually sensed the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture? This really is heaven-defying." A female disciple was shocked, and then she revealed a happy expression, almost screaming out. In another direction, there was an ancient Tao platform that was modeled with the passage of time. This place should have received the essence of heaven and earth, receiving the nourishment of sun, moon, and other stellar force. This place should have been the most brilliant. However, right now, the Tao platform was pitch black. A great Tao pitcher was rising and falling there, turning into a black hole, devouring all of the essence energy in the cosmos. Below, a male sat there, not moving at all. He entered the deepest state of Tao comprehension, as if he was a heavenly deity that had been covered in dust for the passage of time. Finally, he moved. In that instant, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The great Tao pitcher turned into countless symbols, entering his mouth. The black symbols were engraved into his flesh. Then his entire body suddenly shone, dispersing the darkness in that instant. His entire temperament changed greatly, and a divine ring covered his body. Every inch of his body was sparkling, and even his hair was dyed with a golden radiance. He was like the divine child of a sun. At this moment, he was filled with an everlasting vitality, as if he was an immortal king that had experienced endless tribulations, awakening from his slumber and returning to the present world. This was a completely different temperament. There were two great heavenly arts within his body, and they quickly underwent a transformation, making his body incomparably terrifying. The most mysterious radiance flowed about. There was the power of the god race, the aura of a holy spirit, the blood energy of a heaven-devouring beast, and the Tao marks of the primordial demon. On this person's body, there was actually the aura of many powerful constitutions, making others tremble. Now, these sources were refined into one, becoming a single person. He was precisely the light-shaking realm. "After all these years, I've always been looking forward to fighting against you. Who would have thought that you really would be this heaven-defying, returning again? My blood is about to boil. I hope you don't disappoint me." The light-shaking realm said to himself. "Master, you don't have time to leave right now. The Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture is the most important. Didn't Imperial Pass protectors say that this is a crucial step?" His other disciple Li Qingzhou walked over, standing below the ancient Tao platform and saying this. In Imperial Pass, the great Holy Spirit, 9 Tribulations Daoist, Di Tian, Great Demon King Gu Huang, as well as a few ancient emperor bloodlines arrived. Their reactions were all different. If one wanted to become a great emperor, one had to have a sturdy enough emperor body. Meanwhile, a body stronger than a holy body might become the ultimate test for a supreme expert with a powerful enough physique to become an emperor in this world. Everyone was thinking that this might be the greatest test the heavens gave them, allowing the human race's most powerful holy body to revive and stop them. There was one person who was extremely special, precisely Zhang Byron. He always strolled through the ancient streets, not participating in anything, as if he was aloof from this world. In the Ascension Immortal battlefield, Yi Fan interacted with his 3 disciples for a few days, listening to them talk about many things related to their loved ones. His old friends were safe and sound, the celestial court becoming stronger by the day, making him feel extremely gratified. On the thatched hut, a gecko fell a few days ago, breaking its tail, but now a portion grew back, leaving Yi Fan in a daze. In the distance, a great python coiled around a giant rock, shedding its skin, struggling free from its old skin with difficulty. Soon after, its entire body flickered with golden scales, a horn growing on its head. It was actually going to turn into a flood dragon, crawling into the distance, becoming even more powerful. Master, they are all comprehending the Emperor's sovereign immortal scripture, including the archaic Emperor's descendant and others. Aren't you going? It is rumored that the scripture contains great mysteries. Xianxia said, I don't want to go for now. Let your master calm down a bit, think about my own path. Yi Fan sat in front